Chosen one, if you're seeing this right now, it means heaven has scheduled an appointment with your spirit. This is not a regular message. This is a divine summons. What you're hearing isn't entertainment. It's a revelation, a warning, an invitation, all at once. This moment is sacred, and it's not random. You didn't stumble upon this video by coincidence. You weren't scrolling aimlessly, whether you clicked intentionally or paused for a few seconds out of curiosity. God has captured your attention for a reason. Something is happening in the spirit realm. A divine wave has already been set in motion. The spiritual atmosphere around the earth is shifting, and this message is your confirmation of what your soul has been sensing but couldn't yet name. Have you felt it? The emotional heaviness that comes and goes without explanation, the sudden changes in people around you, the urge to separate from certain patterns, places, or people without fully knowing why. That persistent restlessness in your spirit, even when everything on the outside looks fine. These are not coincidences. They're spiritual indicators, alarms, warnings. God is moving. He's resetting the spiritual order, realigning destinies, and cleansing what has been corrupted or compromised. This is a divine reset, and it's not just global, it's personal. It's about your heart, your alignment, your calling. And now God is saying, protect your spirit before the shift intensifies. This isn't the time to be distracted. This isn't the time to be spiritually passive or emotionally numb. You are being called to wake up fully. No more delay, no more waiting for a sign. This is the sign. And only those who are spiritually awake will know how to respond when everything begins to shake. God is making a clear distinction in this hour between those who are playing with the call and those who are walking in it. You're not here to blend in. You were chosen to rise. You were chosen to lead. You were chosen to carry light when darkness grows louder. That's why the warfare has been heavier lately. That's why your isolation has increased. That's why your clarity has been under attack, because you're on heaven's radar. Now, before we go deeper into what's about to happen, I want you to do something prophetic, something symbolic, something that aligns your spirit with this message in a visible way. Comment the number 999 below. Why 999? Because 999 is the number of divine completion and spiritual awakening. It means something is ending, but not in fear, in fulfillment. It means the cycle of delay is over, that heaven is closing the chapter of who you used to be and opening the scroll of who you're becoming. It represents finality in the natural and activation in the supernatural. When you comment 999, you're not just participating, you're prophesying, you're agreeing with what heaven is doing in your life. You're saying, God, I hear you. I'm awake. I'm ready. Let your comment be more than a tap on the screen. Let it be a declaration that shakes the spirit realm. Type it boldly, type it prayerfully, and type it knowing that every keystroke is a signal to God. This one is listening. And while we're here, let me pause to say thank you to every single chosen one who has donated through Super Thanks. Your support is not only seen, but deeply honored. Because of you, this message reaches further. It touches more lives. It awakens more spirits. You are not just giving, you are sowing into spiritual territory. And if you feel led to join in that, thank you in advance. But even if you don't donate a cent, please hear this. You are still loved, still valued, and still welcome. Your presence is a gift. Your attention is sacred. Now I need you to stay until the very end of this message. I promise you, if your spirit felt drawn to this word, it's because there are specific instructions for your life hidden in what comes next. Don't let fear make you scroll away. Don't let doubt convince you this doesn't matter, because what's ahead of you requires clarity, and clarity comes only when you stay present long enough to hear God out. So, breathe, focus, prepare your heart. The shift is already happening, and God is about to reveal exactly what you need to know before it begins. Let's go deeper now. God's chosen ones, you need to know this right now. Chosen one, a divine wave is rising. Not just a moment, not just a shift, but a cosmic recalibration sent by the hand of God himself. A spiritual force, invisible yet unstoppable, is preparing to sweep across the earth. Can you feel the pressure building in your spirit? This isn't imagination. This is the final warning before the storm of transformation. And those who are unprepared, those who laughed it off or scrolled past, will soon find themselves overwhelmed by what they didn't believe was real. This is not a time for hesitation. God is sounding the alarm in your soul because you are not ordinary, you are chosen. This awakening isn't random. It is precise, calculated, and divinely timed. And you, chosen one, are being called to position yourself for what is about to happen. But are you spiritually armored for the coming flood? Are your roots planted deep enough to withstand what's on the horizon? But the Lord is faithful. He will establish you and guard you against the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. Think of Noah. While others mocked the idea of rain, Noah obeyed God's warning and built an ark. He was ridiculed until the rain came. Then he became the only one who was ready. What if your obedience right now is the ark that will carry you through the flood? What if your preparation is the very thing that separates survival from destiny? Just like Noah, there are modern-day examples of divine preparation and favor. Take Oprah Winfrey, a woman who faced deep trauma and hardship but never abandoned her spiritual roots. She consistently speaks about divine timing and the inner preparation that came long before her outer success. Her story is one of radical reset, from pain to power, from despair to global influence. What does that tell you about the importance of inner alignment before breakthrough? You are now being positioned at the edge of the spiritual ocean, where a mighty wave is about to crash. The choice before you is clear. Will you ride the wave or be buried beneath it? Will you allow God's reset to elevate you, or will you resist and be caught off guard? This shift will not look like what the world expects. It's not political, it's not cultural, it's spiritual, and it will expose everything that's not aligned with truth. But you, chosen one, are being equipped to not just survive it, but to lead others through it. This is a divine assignment. But have you fully surrendered to your preparation? Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Ephesians 6:11. Look at Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for decades, yet his time in isolation became his preparation. The world saw captivity, but God saw consecration. When the time came, Mandela wasn't just released, he was raised. What if the delays and confinements in your life have not been punishment, but preparation for leadership in the new world that is coming? Spiritual protection isn't simply about avoiding danger. It's about choosing divine alignment over worldly distraction. It's about allowing the Holy Spirit to guard your emotions, your thoughts, your discernment. The enemy is cunning. He won't come at you with fire. He'll come with distraction, doubt, delay. That's why God is calling you now to prepare before it's too late. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Proverbs 27:12. Chosen one, don't think the signs around you are coincidence. The rising unrest, the strange sense that something massive is coming, these are spiritual contractions. The world is groaning, and you, chosen one, are being awakened not to panic, but to lead. Look at Malala Yousafzai, targeted by extremists at a young age, but chosen by God to speak truth to the world. Even after facing death, her voice only grew louder. Why? Because her purpose was sealed in heaven long before man tried to silence her. Likewise, what has tried to silence you lately? Could it be the very indicator that your voice carries weight in this next season? When you feel that pull to retreat and recalibrate, listen to it. That's not weakness, it's wisdom. The divine reset will not wait for you to be ready. It will arrive with or without your consent, but only the prepared will rise with it. Only the faithful will understand what is happening while others crumble in confusion. And you were chosen to know, you were chosen to lead. Therefore, keep watch, because you do not know on what day your Lord will come. Matthew 24:42. Think of Steve Jobs, who spoke often about intuition and spiritual insight guiding his biggest decisions, even retreating to silence and simplicity before launching the world-changing innovations we now live with. His path was less about noise, more about inner clarity. You too must retreat from the noise of this world if you want to clearly hear God's next instructions for you. So, what is God whispering to you in this moment? What doors is He urging you to close before this shift arrives? What preparation has He already begun in you that you've been ignoring or postponing? Because here's the truth: the reset will not stop for anyone. It is coming with divine force, and only those who have been spiritually rooted will be able to withstand it. You've been chosen not for your perfection, but for your obedience. Not for your image, but for your alignment. The moment of reckoning is near. This is your final preparation window. What you do now determines what you'll become after the shift. While the world clings to comfort, you are called into consecration. While others panic, you will stand in power if you prepare. Chosen one, hear this truth with your spirit. To be chosen by God does not mean your path will be easy. In fact, it often means your trials will be heavier, your storms more intense, and your tests more frequent. Why? Because those who are set apart carry the responsibility of divine transformation, not just for themselves, but for others as well. Have you ever wondered why your life seems harder than most, even though you seek only good? Why challenges seem to find you again and again, despite your prayers and faithfulness? It's because you are not ordinary. You are marked for more. God allows the fire not to destroy you, but to refine you. The divine reset that is approaching will not exclude you, but it will exalt you if you are willing to stand firm, endure, and emerge stronger on the other side. Beloved, do not be surprised at the fiery trial when it comes upon you to test you, as though something strange were happening to you. 1 Peter 4:12. Take J.K. Rowling, for example. Before becoming a household name, she faced deep poverty, rejection from multiple publishers, and single motherhood. But in her darkest hour, she clung to belief in her purpose, belief in the unseen. What if the pressure you're under isn't a punishment, but preparation for your breakthrough? What if the battle you're facing now is the spiritual labor before the birth of your divine assignment? This divine reset is not an ending, it is a clearing. God is sweeping through the earth with spiritual force, purging what no longer serves, dismantling systems of deception, and revealing truth in its purest form. And you, chosen one, are part of this global recalibration. You are not just surviving these shifts, you are meant to interpret them, embody them, and help others navigate them. Every branch that bears fruit, He prunes, that it may bear more fruit. John 15:2. What makes you different is not your appearance or even your accomplishments. What sets you apart is your spiritual sight, your ability to discern what others overlook. While many focus on survival, you are called to transcend, to not just make it through, but to ascend into spiritual awareness, into divine clarity, and into your rightful role as a guide for this generation. Think of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't just a leader, he was a vessel of moral awakening. He saw beyond laws and into the soul of a nation. Even when imprisoned or threatened, his spiritual clarity never dimmed. Like him, you may feel alone in your convictions, misunderstood in your calling, but know this: your alignment with truth is what gives you authority in this shift. This coming transformation is not simply a global shift, it's a spiritual cleansing. Do you feel the build-up of pressure in the atmosphere? Have you sensed the sudden unease in the hearts of people around you? That's not coincidence. It's the stirrings of a divine disruption meant to shake off the dust, the confusion, the collective spiritual fog that has blinded millions. But every cleansing storm has a purpose. Just as the earth uses a storm to renew the land, God uses spiritual storms to strip away the false so the authentic can rise. And you, chosen one, are not called to fear the wind. You're called to walk on it. You are not the debris being tossed. You are the lighthouse that others will look to as the skies darken. See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. Consider Elon Musk, not for his fame, but for how he repeatedly disrupted what was thought impossible. Electric cars, reusable rockets, digital currency, each move went against the grain. But disruption is a spiritual principle too. God often disrupts comfort to bring forth purpose. Could it be that the disruptions in your life are not setbacks but signs? What is God trying to clear out of your path so he can install something greater? This wave that is coming, this spiritual force, will touch all people. But for those who are chosen, it will hit differently. Others may panic, but you will perceive. Others will resist, but you will recognize. For you, it won't just be about change. It will be about elevation. Yes, it will test you. It will bring up buried fears and unhealed wounds, but it will also shape you, polish you, and set your spirit ablaze. Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken. Isaiah 54:10. Look at Rosa Parks. Her one act of stillness shifted a nation. It wasn't her strength, her wealth, or her fame. It was her divine positioning. Like her, you don't need to do something loud to change the world. Sometimes, the shift you cause comes from the stillness in your spirit and the clarity of your soul. What simple act is God calling you to take right now that could trigger a ripple far beyond what you see? Chosen one, you must ride this wave, but not as a victim of circumstance, as a surfer of prophecy. The wave may roar, but you are grounded in faith. The winds may howl, but you are centered in divine purpose. You are not alone. You were never meant to face this wave without direction. God is your compass, your anchor, your lifeboat, and your strength. And when it gets intense, when the pressure increases and your old beliefs begin to crumble, remember this: God doesn't break you to hurt you. He breaks what binds you. Chosen one, everything you've endured has led to this. The pain, the isolation, the strange coincidences that disrupted your plans, they were never random. They were preparation. You have been spiritually trained for a moment like this, and now that moment is here. This divine wave that is moving across the earth is not here to crush you. It's here to elevate you. But elevation requires faith. It requires that you recognize what's happening and that you trust that God has already built you strong enough to stand in it. Have you ever wondered why you couldn't walk away from your faith, even when things made no sense? Why you kept getting pulled back into spiritual alignment, no matter how far you drifted? That's not weakness. That's spiritual selection. You were chosen before the foundation of the world to stand in this very hour. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. Look at Harriet Tubman, born into slavery with no formal training, no worldly advantage. Yet she became the conductor of freedom because she obeyed a spiritual voice others couldn't hear. When the divine shift came in her life, she didn't back down. She rose up. She moved in secrecy, strength, and faith, and she carried others with her. This is your Harriet moment, chosen one. You've been prepared not just to survive this wave, but to ride it, to lead in it, to be the light others follow when their world begins to shake. But here's what few understand. Spiritual power requires spiritual protection. The energy God is about to release can't be handled casually. It's like standing in front of a waterfall. Beautiful, mighty, but potentially overwhelming if you're not grounded. Are you ready to receive the surge without being swept away? Is your spirit anchored, or are you still open to the distractions that dilute your discernment? Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. You see, chosen one, this isn't about building walls. It's about building foundations. Protection doesn't mean hiding from the world. It means being so spiritually aligned that nothing the world throws at you can shake your clarity. Prayer is your power line. Meditation is your grounding cord. Obedience is your shield. Just as Simone Biles stepped back from the Olympic spotlight, not in weakness but in wisdom, you too must discern when to rest, when to speak, and when to move in the Spirit. Her decision was mocked at first, but in time it was honored. Why? Because she valued her foundation more than the world's applause. Likewise, don't be afraid to pause when God tells you to. That stillness is not a setback, it's sacred strategy. The world is polluted with energy that clouds the soul. Fear, bitterness, envy, spiritual fog. But you have been given sight beyond the surface. The divine reset is like a thunderstorm that purifies the air. It's not here to harm. It's here to clear the path for the Spirit to move freely. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Psalm 51:10. Think of a deep spring cleaning. You don't just tidy up, you dig deep, dust off the hidden corners, and throw out what no longer serves you. That's what God is doing with your soul. He's not just rearranging furniture, He's rebuilding the house. The bitterness you thought you buried, the self-doubt you tolerated, the pain you never grieved, He's bringing it to the surface not to hurt you, but to heal you. Chosen one, you may feel the discomfort rising, the unease, the strange emotions surfacing, but don't panic, don't retreat. These are not signs of failure, they're signs of healing. They are the soul's way of detoxing from decades of spiritual noise. You are being emptied so you can be filled. Just as Michael Jordan once described using failure as fuel, returning stronger after every setback, you too must see these uncomfortable spiritual stretches not as evidence that you're doing something wrong, but as confirmation that you're growing into something greater. What if your pain is the portal to your power? I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. Chosen one, this is not a passive reset. It's not something that just happens while you sit and wait. God is calling you into partnership. This is a co-creation moment. You must choose to align, to walk boldly into what He's doing. This is your time to act, not react, to step forward, not shrink back. When God says move, don't wait for perfect conditions. Obedience is your activation. Surrender is your strategy. Alignment is your access point. When you start flowing with God instead of resisting Him, doors open that no man can shut. Consider Greta Thunberg, a young voice who shook global systems. She didn't wait to be old enough or qualified. She aligned with conviction, and her fire became contagious. Like Greta, you may feel small, but when your spirit is aligned with divine purpose, your voice carries heaven's authority. So, let me ask you again, What's stopping you from rising? What limiting belief still has power over you? Why hesitate when you've already been chosen? This moment isn't coming. It's here, and the power that is being released will either crush those who resist or carry those who are ready. You were never meant to drown in this wave. You were destined to lead through it. If you stay aligned with God, if you protect your spirit, guard your heart, and walk in truth, you'll find that everything begins to make sense. Clarity will flood your mind, strength will return to your body, and peace will guard your soul like never before. Chosen one, the entire world will feel the tremor of this divine shift, but not everyone will respond the same. Why? Because though the wave is global, the response is personal. While others panic or search for answers, you will understand the signs. You've been quietly prepared in secret for a moment that will soon unfold in public. This is not coincidence. This is divine alignment. What have you been sensing in your spirit lately? A subtle pulling away from the noise, a desire for silence, reflection, and prayer. That's not random. That's the Spirit tuning you to God's frequency. And now you're about to see why. The Lord confides in those who fear him. He makes his covenant known to them. Psalm 25:14. Look at Florence Nightingale, the mother of modern nursing. She wasn't just tending wounds. She was carrying divine compassion into chaos. Her quiet dedication in the background led to a public revolution in healthcare. The chosen often walk an invisible path until the moment they are revealed for their purpose. You, chosen one, are about to step into your own unveiling. For those walking in faith, this divine shift will feel like activation. You'll sense a spiritual unlocking, your gifts sharpen, your purpose clarified, your boldness restored. The veil between you and divine instruction will become thinner. Conversations with God will become clearer. But what about those who haven't been walking in alignment? What happens when the shift reaches those unprepared? They'll feel it too, but it may come with confusion, disorientation, or emotional heaviness. That's not punishment, it's spiritual contrast. The same wave that lifts a surfer will flatten a structure with no foundation. Are you spiritually fortified to ride this wave? Or are you just hoping to survive it? He will be the sure foundation for your times, a rich store of salvation and wisdom and knowledge. Isaiah 33:6. Think of Chadwick Boseman. The world knew him as a powerful actor, but behind the scenes he was battling terminal illness. Privately, prayerfully, gracefully. His purpose never faltered. He used his final years not in despair, but in impact. He filmed physically demanding roles while spiritually anchored. What about you? Are you prepared to fulfill your calling even when no one knows the depth of your battle? The line between the prepared and the unprepared is not about superiority. It's about positioning. God doesn't show favoritism. He honors faithfulness. This difference isn't permanent, but it is revealing. It shows who has chosen intimacy with God and who has chosen distance. Chosen one, what have you chosen lately? Comfort or calling? Draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. James 4:8. Those who have nurtured their spiritual life will see this shift as an invitation, not a threat. They'll move with clarity while others stumble in confusion. This is not to boast, but to build. Because those who rise will be asked to help others navigate what they can't yet understand. That's part of your calling, not just to ascend, but to lift others along the way. Think of Desmond Doss, the army medic who refused to carry a weapon, mocked by others, misunderstood, but steadfast in his faith. He ended up saving 75 men in a single night during World War II. His spiritual clarity allowed him to do what logic said was impossible. Your clarity in this moment may also defy logic, but it will save lives. This isn't about exclusion. The door is still open. Anyone, yes anyone, can step into alignment with God and become one of the chosen. But timing matters. Opportunity doesn't wait forever. The chosen ones are not randomly selected. They're spiritually positioned. They have been praying when others were playing, listening when others were laughing, building their inner strength when the world was too loud to hear the call. Many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. Even Tyler Perry, once homeless and rejected, kept creating plays no one would come to see. But he stayed obedient to the inner prompting that told him to keep going. And when the shift came, he didn't just walk into success. He brought others with him. Now, entire communities are employed and inspired by the legacy of his obedience. Could it be that your preparation today is meant to create a platform for generations tomorrow? Let me ask you, are you being faithful in obscurity? Are you building when no one's watching? Are you listening when the noise of life tells you to scroll, distract and delay? Chosen one, the transformation is not about hierarchy. It's about hunger. God responds to hearts that pursue him. If you've already been walking this path, then this moment will be a breakthrough. If you're just now waking up to it, that's okay. The key is to respond now. This wave does not judge, it reveals. It reveals who's ready and who's resistant. And you, chosen one, were never meant to ride the fence. You were meant to lead the charge. Chosen one, when the divine shift begins, it will be unmistakable. This is not something that will merely stir in your heart or whisper in your thoughts. No, this will be a visible and undeniable move of God, one that marks the sky, the earth, and your soul all at once. Can you sense it already in the atmosphere? Can you feel the change approaching like a coming storm that doesn't frighten, but awakens? God has promised signs, not vague or subtle, but bold and clear. These won't be mere coincidences or random happenings. They will be holy confirmations. Imagine looking into the heavens and seeing a glow that no man-made light could produce, or hearing a sound in your spirit that causes your soul to tremble, not in fear, but in reverence. I will show wonders in the heavens above and signs on the earth below, blood and fire and billows of smoke. Acts 2:19. Just as Joan of Arc heard divine voices that guided her through war and destiny, you too will hear the unmistakable voice of the divine when the moment arrives. While others explain it away, you will recognize it immediately. It won't just resonate in your ears. It will reverberate through your entire being. Everything will start to feel different. The energy in your home, the nature of your relationships, even the rhythm of your thoughts will shift. Your inner compass will begin pointing more precisely toward your divine assignment. Conversations will change, priorities will rearrange, and those who are not aligned with your destiny may quietly fall away. Have you noticed it already? Some people distancing themselves without explanation, some doors closing without effort. That's not loss, that's alignment. God is removing what can't go where you're headed. See, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness is over the peoples, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Isaiah 60:2. Consider Nikola Tesla, who operated in solitude but downloaded brilliant ideas, seemingly from beyond this world. He often spoke of frequencies and vibrations as if he were in tune with something deeper. He once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." He was onto something, and you, chosen one, are being called to attune your spirit to the divine frequency of this shift. The divine reset will be global, but for you, it will feel personal. Others may panic as the world groans with change, but you will feel peace. Why? Because you will know deep in your spirit that this is what you've been prepared for. The fog will lift. What once confused you will suddenly make sense. What once felt delayed will now feel divinely timed. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. John 14:27. Look at Anne Frank. Even in hiding, even surrounded by destruction, she wrote with hope, clarity, and an inner peace that defied her external chaos. She said, "How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world." Her clarity didn't come from circumstance, it came from spirit. Likewise, in this shift, your peace will not come from the news or your environment. It will come from your connection to God. So, will you recognize the signs when they appear? Will you embrace the strange beauty in the sky, the trembling in your spirit, the people who start fading from your life with no warning? Or will you resist, clinging to what's familiar, even as God calls you forward? This is your warning and your invitation. Be like the 5 wise virgins from Jesus' parable. When the divine moment came, they had oil in their lamps. They were ready, not rushing, not scrambling. Their preparation gave them access. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour. Matthew 25:13. Think of Barack Obama, who spent years in preparation before stepping into the global spotlight. His rise wasn't sudden. It was the result of readiness meeting timing. And when destiny called, he didn't hesitate. He stepped in. So, too, with you. Your moment may arrive suddenly, but your preparation will determine whether you ascend or hesitate. Staying ready means keeping your spiritual oil full. Daily prayer, disciplined meditation, purity in thought, intentional relationships, and continual alignment with God's will. It means saying yes to the small promptings of the Spirit, because they are preparing you for the sudden release. And yes, distractions will come. In a time of divine change, the enemy sends confusion, temptation, and false urgency, but you must stay grounded. Protect your mind, your energy, your peace. This is not the time to follow every trend, opinion, or fear. Your eyes must remain on the one who commands the storm. Chosen one, while the divine reset is for all, the experience of it will be vastly different depending on your spiritual preparation. For those who have ignored the whispers of God, delayed the call to alignment, or numbed themselves to truth, the shift may feel like a violent shaking, a spiritual earthquake that cracks the ground beneath their feet. But for you, chosen one, this same shaking will be an activation, a moment of profound acceleration. Because you have kept my word about patient endurance, I will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world. Revelation 3:10. Imagine trying to swim against the pull of the ocean during a storm, your muscles aching, your vision blurred, your lungs straining for breath. That is what the unprepared will feel as the divine current sweeps through the earth. Not because God is punishing them, but because they refuse to learn how to float in His presence. This moment is not about being better, it's about being ready. And readiness, chosen one, is something you have been cultivating in secret. Think of Frida Kahlo, whose physical suffering never drowned her creativity. Instead, her pain gave birth to a body of work that echoed through time. She didn't fight the storm, she painted through it. And her legacy? Eternal. What if your current struggle is meant to become someone else's survival guide? As the reset unfolds, those not anchored in God will feel lost in the swirl of uncertainty. They will question everything, systems, relationships, even their identity. Their foundation will crumble because it was built on sand. But for you, the shift will feel like a divine wind pushing you forward, not backward. When the storm has swept by, the wicked are gone, but the righteous stand firm forever. Proverbs 10:25. Chosen one, have you noticed lately that you see the world differently than most people around you? That even in chaos there's a deep calm within you? That's not ego, that's evidence. Evidence that you've been spiritually wired for this exact moment in history. For those left spiritually asleep, the confusion will be painful, but that pain can be productive if it leads them back to God. This is not the end for them, it's an invitation. The divine reset is not about punishment, it's about purification. Even those who stumble can still rise if they surrender. Return to the Lord your God, for he is gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in love. Joel 2:13. Look at Saul of Tarsus, a persecutor of the early church, feared and hated by many. Yet God met him in a blinding light and transformed him into the Apostle Paul, a giant of the faith. One encounter flipped his entire life. So let me ask you, what if the ones who seem furthest from the truth today are just one encounter away from becoming the next great leaders of light? Even now God is extending mercy. Even now the lost can return. The key is recognition. The moment they recognize the shift and surrender instead of resisting, they will begin to awaken. But as the fog lifts, the chosen ones will do more than survive. They will flourish. This is a time of rising, a time where your alignment becomes your advantage. While others are grappling for answers, your clarity will cut through the noise. Your purpose will become sharp. Your confidence will feel unshakable. And your presence, yes, your very presence, will be a lighthouse for those trying to find their way through the storm. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. Think of Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for 27 years. The world thought his influence had ended, but instead he was being refined in isolation. When he emerged, he became not only a leader, but a symbol of unity and resilience. You too have been through seasons of silent refinement, and now your release is at hand. Your voice is rising. Let me ask you, have you underestimated the power God has placed inside you? Have you mistaken your wilderness for weakness? Because what looked like delay was actually divine development, and now you're ready to walk in the fullness of who you were called to be. This reset is not about worldly accolades. It's about spiritual authority. This is about stepping into the role heaven has reserved for you. You don't need everyone to understand. You just need to be obedient to the assignment. Chosen one, your spiritual success will be measured not by applause, but by alignment. Not by recognition, but by radiance. The glow of divine purpose that begins to shine from within you. Consider Corrie ten Boom, who helped hide Jews during the Holocaust and was imprisoned for her faith. She lost her sister in the camps, but never lost her faith. After the war, she preached forgiveness and healing all over the world. She was not just a survivor. She was a sign. So are you. You are not just going through this. You are becoming a signal of hope to others. So what does this all mean for you? It means you are being called to embrace your divine authority, to trust that you've been prepared not just to endure the shift, but to lead through it. While others lose their grip, you will be the one still standing, still praising, still guiding. This is your time to shine, not for pride, but for purpose. You will shine with compassion, wisdom, grace, and clarity. And as you rise, others will follow your light, not your words, but your walk. You are God's chosen one, and this divine reset, it's your platform to become the catalyst of transformation this world desperately needs. Chosen one. In this hour, protecting your spirit is not optional. It's essential. As the divine reset begins to ripple across the world, it is not just the environment that will change. The transformation will begin within, deep in your soul, in your thoughts, in your inner posture toward God. And that internal shift will require a level of spiritual strength and resilience you cannot afford to neglect. Are you guarding your most valuable asset, your spirit, with the care it deserves? This isn't the time to be casual about your spiritual life. It's the time to be vigilant, intentional about what you feed your mind, what you allow to influence your heart, and who you permit to walk closely with you. Distractions are disguised as entertainment. Negativity poses as news. And spiritual fatigue can creep in masked as normal life. But chosen one, you were never created for normal. Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked one. Ephesians 6:16. Look at Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who opposed the Nazi regime. His spiritual clarity cost him his life, but not his soul. Even in prison he wrote, preached and prayed. He protected his spirit, even as his body was confined. What excuse do we have for spiritual complacency when freedom surrounds us? Your connection to God is the lifeline that will sustain you through this reset. Every prayer strengthens your armor. Every moment of quiet reflection sharpens your discernment. Every act of obedience reinforces your spiritual core. Can you feel the urgency? The signs are everywhere, but those unprepared will call them coincidence. You know better. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This isn't just about avoiding darkness, it's about opening to the light. The divine cleansing is coming, and it will wash away everything false, old wounds, limiting beliefs, habitual sins. It will strip away what no longer serves God's purpose in you. But this isn't punishment, it's preparation. Will you see this season as suffering or sanctification? Think of Helen Keller, who despite being blind and deaf, became a symbol of hope and intellect. She didn't let what she lacked define her purpose. With the help of her teacher, Anne Sullivan, she stepped into a life of depth and influence. Likewise, your past limitations are no match for the spiritual gifts God is awakening in you now. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. Ezekiel 36:26. Chosen one, as you protect your spirit, you are creating space for elevation. The more you align with God, the more He entrusts you with power, spiritual authority, prophetic insight, and peace that transcends human logic. You're not just being cleansed, you're being called. This reset is God's holy reset, first in you, then through you. And yes, this reset is divine intervention. The world has drifted far from its spiritual axis. Materialism has overtaken meaning. Fear has replaced faith. Confusion now clouds truth. God sees it all, and in His mercy, He is acting. Do you understand the mercy behind the shaking? The divine reset is not wrath. It's realignment. If my people, who are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin, and will heal their land. 2 Chronicles 7:14. Consider Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, a soft-spoken TV host who used his platform not for fame, but for healing. In an age of rising violence and division, he spoke about kindness, identity, and spiritual worth. Through simplicity, he ignited transformation. You don't need to be loud to lead, you just need to be aligned. You must now ask yourself, what needs to be cleansed from my life? What clutter is clouding my ability to hear God's voice? What relationships, habits, or thought patterns are keeping me spiritually numb? This reset is not merely a world event. It is a personal invitation, one that says, come closer, go deeper, let go, rise higher. Yes, the world will feel the tremors, but you will feel the call. You will sense the moment when the spiritual wind shifts, and in that moment, your clarity will return. Your strength will be renewed. Your gifts will begin to activate at full capacity. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Like Sojourner Truth, who rose from slavery to become a preacher, activist, and voice of liberation, you too are being raised up. Her name wasn't symbolic, it was prophetic. She told the truth and carried it like a flame into darkness. That's your calling now, to be a bearer of truth in a time of chaos. So, chosen one, this is not just an alert. It is your personal commissioning. You are not just witnessing the reset, you are part of the reason for it. You are not just being cleansed, you are being crowned. You are not just holding on, you are rising into everything you were made to be. The reset is here. Your spirit must be protected, your purpose must be pursued, and your alignment must be intentional. Chosen one, what you're sensing in your spirit is real. A wave unlike any other is rising across the earth, not made of water, but of divine power. It's a spiritual surge that will challenge, cleanse, and shift the very fabric of reality. And this wave isn't simply coming for the world, it's coming for you. It is here to test everything you believe, everything you've practiced, and everything you've been called to become. Have you been feeling it lately? The pressure mounting, the quiet urgency in your soul, the unshakable sense that change is already underway. That is not anxiety. That is not coincidence. That is the Spirit of God preparing you for the ultimate spiritual test, one that will not just reveal who you are, but refine who you are becoming. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. Isaiah 48:10. This wave isn't just a moment, it's a mirror. It will show you the depth of your faith, the strength of your roots, and the clarity of your alignment with God's purpose. Some will stand in the storm and rise. Others will be swept away by the current of confusion, doubt, and distraction. And that difference won't be random. It will be determined by how spiritually prepared you are right now. So, are you ready to ride this divine wave, or will you be overtaken by it? Are you rooted enough in truth to thrive when everything around you begins to shake? Look at Martin Luther, who sparked the Protestant Reformation. He didn't just wake up one morning with clarity. His courage to stand against centuries of religious corruption came from years of prayer, study, and spiritual wrestling. He was prepared. He saw the signs. And when the wave came, he didn't flinch. He led. Chosen one, the reset is not merely an event on the horizon. It is unfolding now, in real time. You're not preparing for the future. You're standing in it. To be ready means more than just knowing scripture or saying prayers. It means embodying your faith in such a way that even when the world around you is in chaos, your spirit remains calm, anchored, and immovable. It's about having a clear mind, a fortified heart, and a sensitive spirit. When others are panicking, you will be listening. When others are guessing, you will be hearing. Because the chosen ones don't move with fear, they move with faith. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Psalm 27:1. Consider Corrie ten Boom, a woman who faced unspeakable horrors in a Nazi concentration camp. She lost her family, her comfort, her freedom, but she never lost her faith. Her secret: she was spiritually ready long before the testing began. Her spirit had been trained in prayer, refined in forgiveness, and anchored in God. When the wave came for her, it didn't drown her, it revealed her. That's what this divine wave will do. It will not just test your faith, it will expose its quality. It will separate the surface level from the surrendered, the religious from the righteous, the comfortable from the consecrated. So what will it look like to be spiritually prepared? It looks like waking each day with intention, starting in prayer before you open your phone, declaring truth even when you don't feel it, saying no to what pulls you away from your assignment, saying yes to quiet time with God, even when the world is loud. It means training your inner ear to hear His voice in the smallest signs and greatest storms. But the people who know their God shall be strong and do exploits. Daniel 11:32. Think of Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years. The world thought his power was fading, but in secret he was preparing, reading, meditating, listening, forgiving. So when freedom came, he didn't just walk out, he led a nation. He didn't crumble under the weight of the wave. He became the tide that changed history. So, what are you doing in your waiting season? Are you building your spirit or numbing your soul? Are you preparing for the wave or pretending it isn't coming? Make no mistake, the divine reset is already underway, and while it will test you, it is also your greatest opportunity for growth. The wave is not here to destroy, it is here to elevate. It's not meant to crush your purpose, it's here to activate it. So do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded. You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Hebrews 10:35-36. During this time, you will begin to see signs, divine signals that God is moving. They won't always be dramatic. Sometimes they'll show up in the smallest details, a peaceful moment in the middle of noise, a phrase that jumps out from a book, a friend who says the exact thing your spirit needed, a dream that lingers, an unexpected door opening just when you considered giving up. These are not coincidences. They are heaven's breadcrumbs, leading you through the wilderness. Look at Rosa Parks, who changed history by sitting down. That one act was the fruit of 100 spiritual decisions. Decisions to stay faithful, stay ready, stay listening. When the moment came, she didn't question. It was already in her. Her spirit had been waiting for the wave, and she met it with courage. So how do you tune into these divine signals? You slow down. You listen more than you speak. You protect your peace. You create margin for God to speak. You remove distractions, some of which may be disguised as entertainment, relationships, or even obligations. You live with spiritual intentionality, not spiritual autopilot. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. Chosen one, the divine reset is not passive, it's participatory. It demands that you act, that you lean into the shift, not hide from it, that you choose faith when fear is the easier option, that you move when God says move, even if the ground looks unstable. You are not being tested because you're weak. You are being tested because you're ready, ready to go deeper, ready to be promoted, ready to become who you've always been in God's eyes. The wave is coming, and you're either going to rise with it or retreat beneath it. But here's the beautiful promise. God is not leaving you to face this alone. He is giving you signs. He is stirring your spirit. He is equipping you with wisdom, discernment, and favor, not just to survive, but to thrive. This wave will awaken your gifts. It will purge your pride. It will stretch your faith. It will clarify your calling. And when it has passed, you will not be the same. You will be stronger, sharper, brighter, closer, bolder. Because what God is doing in you now is not temporary. It is eternal. This is your moment. This is your test, and you were born for it. So rise, chosen one. Strengthen your faith. Protect your spirit. Discern the signs, and prepare to ride the divine wave that will transform everything you know, starting with you. Chosen one, now that you've received this message, it's no longer just a word. It's a spiritual transaction. You've just been equipped with divine clarity, and that clarity now carries weight. It marks a new chapter in your life, one of awakening, alignment, and action. The wave is not coming, it's already here, and because of that, your moment to step fully into who you are has arrived. Everything you've endured, every silent night of questioning, every setback that felt like defeat, every strange season that made no sense, was preparation. And now, with each shift in the spiritual atmosphere, you're starting to see why. The pain had a purpose, the delay had a design, the quiet had a call embedded within it. And this message, it was a divine confirmation that you were right to believe all along. Right to hold on when it would have been easier to walk away. Right to trust when there was no evidence. Right to stay pure when compromise was applauded. God saw it. Heaven recorded it. And now the reward is unfolding, not just externally, but within you. This message wasn't for entertainment, it was for empowerment. It wasn't just to inform you, it was to awaken what has been dormant. And if your spirit stirred while listening or reading, if something inside you started to rise up, then you already know you are not who you used to be. You're stronger now, sharper, more spiritually alert. You're no longer asleep to the calling on your life. You are ready, not perfect, but ready, and that readiness is all God needed to move. Let me take a moment now to speak directly to your heart and say, thank you. Thank you for being part of this sacred moment. Thank you for your time, your openness, and your willingness to listen, not just to my voice, but to the Holy Spirit behind these words. Whether this is your first encounter with this channel, or you've been walking this journey alongside us for a while, your presence here is not taken lightly. You are part of a remnant, a spiritual family of those who hear God's call and actually respond. And that obedience, that hunger, that faith, it matters more than you may ever realize. If this message has spoken to your soul, if you felt confirmation or clarity, and you wish to support the continuation of these prophetic teachings, you can do so through super thanks right below this video. Your support helps us keep producing powerful, spirit-led messages that reach others around the world who are desperate for truth in a time of noise. But hear me clearly, whether you give or not, you are deeply valued. Your presence alone is a blessing. Your attention, your engagement, and your faith already mean the world to us. Giving is never required. It's simply an invitation for those who feel led to sow into what God is doing through this platform. And now, chosen one, I leave you with this blessing, not just as a farewell, but as a spiritual seal over your life in this season of reset. May the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, guard your heart and mind as you walk into the unknown. May your discernment grow sharper, your spiritual ears more attuned, and your heart more deeply aligned with the frequency of heaven. May every lie that tried to define you be broken, and may the truth of who God says you are rise up and take its rightful place in your soul. May every distraction lose its grip on your focus. May every delay transform into divine timing. And may every wound be turned into wisdom that guides you forward in purpose. You were not created for chaos. You were born for clarity. You are not a product of confusion. You are a vessel of conviction. You are not here to blend in. You are here to rise up and lead. God has chosen you for such a time as this. And as the divine reset unfolds across the earth, your light will not grow dim. It will shine brighter, not because of your own strength, but because the fire within you was placed there by God Himself. And that fire cannot be extinguished. May favor chase you. May wisdom protect you. May doors open that no man can shut. And may you walk boldly in the calling that heaven has declared over your life since the beginning of time. You are chosen, you are covered, you are unstoppable. Now go forward with power, stay grounded in prayer, stay focused on purpose. And remember, no matter what comes, you are not alone. The same God who called you is the one who will carry you through. Until next time, stay strong, stay faithful, and never forget, you were born for this moment. Chosen ones, listen closely. What I'm about to share with you cannot be ignored, postponed, or dismissed, because God has decided it must be revealed to you now. If you are hearing these words, it is no accident. God Himself has brought you here for a divine reason. There is a power so great, so unstoppable, beginning to unfold in your life that it can no longer be hidden. And hear this. God says you can't handle this in your own strength, but that's exactly why He is revealing it to you at this appointed time. Because with His power within you, you will not just handle it, you will rise through it. You are stepping into a new chapter of your life, one where the prayers you once whispered through tears are no longer just hopes. They are becoming reality. Heaven has already set the wheels in motion. God has declared that this is your time, and nothing can stop what He has prepared for you. The shift that is coming into your life is unlike anything you've ever experienced. The urgency in your spirit, it's not your imagination. Things are about to align with such speed and precision that it will leave you in holy awe. This is not just about a mindset shift. This is an energetic spiritual transformation, an elevation into the next level of your calling. Everything you have prayed for, fought for, and waited for is converging at this divine intersection. As a chosen one, you are about to witness dreams become doors, hopes become reality, and promises become fulfilled destiny. But before you step into this wave of divine movement, you must understand how to align yourself. You must position your heart, your mind, and your spirit to flow with what God is doing. There's no room for hesitation now. This is the moment for boldness, clarity, and unwavering faith. Before we dive deeper into this life-changing revelation, I want to take a sacred moment to thank each and every one of you who has donated through Super Thanks. Your generosity is not just a blessing to this mission. It is a direct act of faith that helps spread these divine messages to souls across the world. If you feel led to sow a seed through Super Thanks today, know that your gift will be multiplied in ways seen and unseen. And even if you choose not to donate, please hear this from my heart. Your presence here, your faith, your spirit is a gift beyond words, and I am deeply grateful for you. Now, as a prophetic act of agreement with Heaven's movement, drop the number 999 in the comments right now. This number is a signal to the universe, to the spirit realm, that you are ready to receive, ready to activate, ready to move into the next chapter. If you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay with me until the very end, because your spirit already knows that this message is for you. But if you are not ready, you might find yourself drifting away before the end. To those who stay, to those whose hearts are burning with confirmation, your life is about to shift in ways you never imagined. You've always known you were different, haven't you? There has been a stirring deep within your soul, a whisper you couldn't explain, a yearning for something more. That's not fantasy, that's destiny calling you. Today, God is pulling back the veil. He is about to reveal a truth so massive, so defining, that it will rock you to your core and awaken the deepest parts of you that have been waiting to rise. You are not here by coincidence. Every detour, every delay, every heartbreak has been woven into a grand and holy design. God did not create you for mediocrity. You were chosen to bring something extraordinary into this world, something only you can birth. Your life is not a random sequence of events. It is a divinely orchestrated symphony, and today, the music reaches a crescendo. Are you ready to finally step into the fullness of your calling? Are you ready to answer the destiny that has been waiting for you all along? Because, beloved chosen one, this is your moment, and heaven is watching. Now let's go even deeper. Your awakening begins now. God's chosen ones, God is guiding your breakthrough. Chosen one, your existence is not a random occurrence, nor is it a coincidence of fate. You have been woven into the fabric of this world with divine intentionality. Every tear you have shed, every hardship you have endured, every triumph you have celebrated, all of it has been a deliberate preparation for what is about to unfold in your life. Have you ever paused and asked yourself, could it be that all the pain, all the waiting, was never punishment but preparation. God's hand has been carefully orchestrating the details of your journey to bring you to this very moment. As it is written, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. You were not simply born, you were appointed. You were placed on this earth at this precise time, in this exact place, because there is a divine mission that only you can fulfill. There is no mistake in your existence, none whatsoever. The universe, under divine instruction, has conspired across generations, nations, and circumstances to position you exactly where you are today. Think about the life of Esther, a young woman who, against all odds, was positioned in a royal palace not by luck, but by divine purpose to save her people. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Just like Esther, your placement is strategic. Do you sense that something greater is pulling you forward? Reflect for a moment on your beginnings. Perhaps you have been taught to believe that your parents are the sole source of your life, that your story starts and ends with them. But, chosen one, can you feel the deeper truth stirring inside you, that your true origin is far more profound than biology? Your earthly parents were the vessels, but your soul was crafted and commissioned in the spiritual realm. The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. Job 33:4. You are not a product of mere human conception. You are a manifestation of divine will. Consider the life of someone like Oprah Winfrey, who was born into poverty, faced numerous hardships, and yet rose to become a voice of inspiration for millions. Her earthly beginnings could never have predicted her heavenly destiny. Like her, your value does not stem from where you started. It is rooted in where you are called to go. How differently would you view your life if you fully accepted that your soul carries the fingerprint of God Himself? The truth is, chosen one, the limitations of this material world have tried to confine you, but they can never define you. Your destiny is encoded in a realm that transcends every human label, every generational curse, every worldly expectation. Your true identity flows not from your last name, nor from the stories others have told about you, but from the sacred breath that gave you life. Just as Jesus reminded us, you are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. If you were created to be seen, why would you shrink into invisibility? Within your spiritual lineage lies a reservoir of untapped strength, courage, and divine wisdom. It has always been there, pulsating quietly beneath the surface, waiting for the appointed time to awaken fully within you. That time is now. Think of Nelson Mandela, a man who spent 27 years unjustly imprisoned, yet emerged without bitterness, ready to transform a nation. His lineage was not about earthly status. It was about the calling inscribed on his soul. Could it be that your own waiting seasons have been preparing you for a breakthrough that will not just change your life, but the lives of many around you? Understand this: your parents could offer you guidance in the tangible world, teaching you how to walk, how to speak, how to dream, but they could never bestow upon you the power, the destiny, the divine mandate that pulses through your veins even now. Only your Creator could do that. Your divine energy transcends bloodlines, culture, and tradition. It is pure, eternal, and unbreakable. Like Moses, who was hidden in a basket among the reeds, but destined to lead a nation to freedom, you too have been protected and preserved for an extraordinary purpose. For we are His workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand, that we should walk in them. Ephesians 2:10. So, chosen soul, what will you do with this revelation? Will you dare to believe that your life carries cosmic weight? Will you choose to awaken fully to the majesty hidden within you, the divine inheritance that has been waiting for your yes? The breakthrough you have prayed for is already in motion. Divine help is not coming, it is here. Your awareness of your true identity is the final key to unlock the next chapter. Just as J.K. Rowling faced rejection after rejection before birthing the phenomenon that would captivate the world, your setbacks have been secret trainings, building the strength and resilience you will soon need. You were chosen before you were ever conceived. You were appointed for such a time as this. Everything that once seemed random is now revealing itself as part of a sacred pattern. You are not here by accident. You are here by divine assignment. Chosen one, the story of your family, your bloodline, runs far deeper than you may have ever imagined. You are not simply the latest branch on a tree of random human experiences. You are the living, breathing continuation of a divine assignment that was initiated long before you were born. Have you ever wondered why certain battles seem to have followed your family for generations, or why certain dreams refuse to die even across centuries? It is because, somewhere in your ancestry, someone was chosen just as you are now. They were divinely selected to carry a sacred purpose, a higher mission, and even if they could not complete it, that flame has been passed down into you. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, his own special people, that you may proclaim the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. 1 Peter 2:9. You are not merely part of history, you are its fulfillment. The powers stirring within you are not random, nor are they new. They are the echoes of the divine inheritance entrusted to your soul. You are the manifestation of a legacy that refused to be extinguished. Like Martin Luther King Jr., whose ancestors endured unspeakable hardships, yet still birthed a visionary capable of shaking the world with hope. You carry the culmination of dreams, prayers, and unfulfilled destinies. Could it be that the restlessness in your spirit is the sound of generations calling you forward to complete what they began? Your ancestors laid the foundation, breaking through the darkness with whatever light they could muster, and now it is your turn to pick up the torch. This is not merely a piece of your family's history to admire. It is a living, breathing force flowing within you even now. Every cell in your body carries the energy of divine intention. Every beat of your heart resounds with purpose. Think of Abraham Lincoln, born into poverty, facing countless failures, yet rising to guide a nation through its most perilous trial. His life was not merely about personal success, it was about fulfilling a calling bigger than himself. So, chosen soul, will you recognize the sacred trust that flows through your veins? Will you honor the mission you were born to carry? Throughout history, there have been those who transcended the limitations of this material world. They did not simply live and die as ordinary humans. They ascended into something greater. Their very bodies were transformed as they reached the pinnacle of spiritual evolution, what is known as the crystalline body. Then we, who are alive and remain, shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And thus we shall always be with the Lord. 1 Thessalonians 4:17. These were the raptured ones, those who transcended the pull of the earth through purity, dedication, and unwavering faith. Now, chosen one, this very transformation is available to you. Can you feel the call vibrating within your soul, whispering that you were never meant for an ordinary existence? The same divine energy that carried Enoch, a man who walked with God and was taken without seeing death, resides within you. By faith, Enoch was taken from this life so that he did not experience death. Hebrews 11:5. The path is open, but the choice is yours. Will you answer the call, embrace the grueling yet glorious journey of ascension, and step into your destiny? The process demands everything: discipline, surrender, radical belief, but it promises a transformation beyond imagination. Hidden within you lies a power you have scarcely begun to tap into. Over 100 divine abilities slumber within your soul, each one a gift from the Creator himself. These gifts are not random talents. They are facets of God's own energy passed down through the ages. Some of these powers will allow you to heal the broken, others to manifest your deepest heart's desires, and some will even open channels of direct communication with the divine. Have you ever wondered why you sometimes know things before they happen, or why your prayers shift the atmosphere? These are not coincidences. These are glimpses of your divine inheritance awakening. Consider Nikola Tesla, the brilliant inventor who once claimed his ideas came to him as fully formed visions. His genius was not merely intellectual, it was spiritual, a download from the divine. Likewise, you have already witnessed hints of your own gifts, even if you did not recognize them at the time. Those gut feelings, those unexplained coincidences, that deep inner knowing, they are all evidence that the divine is stirring within you. Now, to each one, the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. 1 Corinthians 12:7. The question is, will you nurture these gifts, allowing them to grow into the tools that will fulfill your sacred assignment? The pull you feel toward God, that deep yearning for something more, it is not a fleeting emotion. It is your spiritual DNA activating, urging you to return to your divine origin. You are not just seeking God. God is calling you back home. Every longing you feel, every hunger for truth, every thirst for deeper meaning is part of the divine blueprint awakening from within you, just as Harriet Tubman was driven by a vision of freedom, a call so strong that she risked everything to liberate others. You too are being stirred by a mission that transcends personal gain. Will you heed the call? Will you trust the process even when the road ahead is unclear? Every step you take toward the divine brings you closer to unlocking your full spiritual potential. Remember, this is a journey of unfolding, not an instant transformation. But with every prayer, every act of faith, every surrender of your own will to divine will, you are activating higher realms within yourself. Draw near to God, and He will draw near to you. James 4:8. Chosen one, do not ignore the voice inside you. The divine appointment over your life is awakening, roaring louder with every passing day. Your destiny is too great, your calling too sacred, your impact too essential to be left dormant. You are the continuation of a story that spans centuries, and it is time for you to write the next chapter with faith, courage, and divine fire. Chosen one, you were not merely born into this world by chance. You entered carrying a treasure chest of spiritual gifts, each uniquely tailored for the divine mission placed upon your life. These gifts were not given lightly, nor are they trivial. They were carefully designed to equip you with the tools necessary to fulfill your sacred purpose on earth. Have you ever wondered why you sometimes sense an inner reservoir of power waiting to be tapped, even if you cannot yet fully explain it? It is because these spiritual gifts, though often invisible at first, are already embedded within your very being, waiting patiently for the appointed time to awaken. Some of these gifts are designed to heal broken hearts, fractured spirits, and weary souls. Others are crafted to manifest divine desires into the material world through focused intention and unwavering faith. Still others grant you the ability to perceive what lies beyond the physical, to commune with higher beings, to receive wisdom from realms unseen. But understand this, chosen one, these gifts do not automatically activate the moment you enter the world. Like seeds planted in fertile soil, they remain dormant until the right season arrives. To each is given the manifestation of the Spirit for the common good. 1 Corinthians 12:7. Could it be that this moment, right now, is the season your spirit has been waiting for? As you walk deeper into alignment with your spiritual path, you will find these powers beginning to stir and emerge. They are not random or accidental. They are divine instruments, entrusted to you by God Himself to help you carry out a mission greater than yourself. Think of Helen Keller, born deaf and blind, yet empowered by an inner light so strong that she became a beacon of hope to millions. Her perceived limitations were not barriers. They were the very conditions that called forth her divine gifts. In the same way, whatever obstacles you have faced are not signs of disqualification. They are the sacred preparation for your activation. It is crucial, beloved one, that you fully comprehend the true purpose behind these spiritual gifts. They are not bestowed for selfish gain, personal pride, or empty display. They are sacred endowments intended to bring healing, illumination, and divine truth to a world desperately in need. As you step boldly into your destiny, these abilities will guide your hands, your words, your very breath in ways you could not have orchestrated on your own. Have you noticed moments when simply being present brings peace to a chaotic situation? When your words soothe a troubled heart without effort? These are not coincidences. They are evidence that your gifts are awakening. Some of you are already feeling the call to heal, drawn irresistibly to the broken, the lost, the hurting. Others among you have been granted prophetic sight, the ability to see beyond what is visible and discern what others cannot perceive. Still, others carry the mantle of manifestation, able to transform dreams into reality through the power of divine focus. These gifts are no accident. Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights. James 1:17. Have you allowed yourself to wonder what would happen if you fully trusted in these gifts instead of doubting them? As a chosen vessel, you have access to an expansive spectrum of spiritual abilities, and the time to wield them is now. These powers are not meant to be hidden under a cloak of fear or apology. They are to be embraced, refined, and released into the world. The earth groans for the manifestation of the sons and daughters of God. You are among them. But with great power comes sacred responsibility. You must wield your gifts, not for vanity, but for the glory of God and the healing of humanity. Think of Mother Teresa, who used her spiritual gifts not to elevate herself, but to serve the most destitute and forgotten with profound love. Her example stands as a reminder. True greatness flows through humble service. When you align with your higher calling, your abilities will magnify. They will sharpen and deepen. They will become extensions of divine will operating through you. Imagine the transformation you could spark when you fully surrender to your mission. For God's gifts and His call are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. Are you willing to step into a power that may demand more from you than you ever thought you could give, yet reward you with fulfillment beyond anything you have known? You may have spent much of your life feeling like an outsider, sensing that you didn't quite fit into the molds society offered you. You may have battled feelings of alienation, questioning why you seem to perceive the world so differently than those around you. This dissonance is not a flaw, it is a sacred clue. It is the quiet evidence that your identity is not rooted in the material world, but in the spiritual realm. You are a citizen of the kingdom. Your soul was birthed from royalty, from a lineage that transcends the limitations of flesh and blood. But you are fellow citizens with the saints and members of the household of God. Ephesians 2:19. You were born from a bloodline of spiritual royalty, and you are destined not merely to survive this world, but to reign, not in earthly dominance, but in heavenly authority. Reflect on the life of Joan of Arc, a simple peasant girl whose divine calling propelled her into a destiny no one could have predicted. Her authority did not come from earthly titles. It came from the voice of God within her. Likewise, your authority comes from your divine lineage, and it is time you fully embrace it. Acknowledging this truth, that you are a spiritual heir, is not arrogance, it is alignment. When you accept your heritage, you unlock the doors to your full potential. You are not here just to exist. You are here to lead, to heal, to awaken. Your path is not one of mere personal elevation. It is one of spiritual leadership. Others are waiting for you to rise because your light will illuminate the path for them. Chosen one, the world desperately needs what you carry. Will you rise into your royal identity? Will you allow your gifts to flourish? Will you trust that the hand that created you also empowered you to transform the world around you? Chosen one, life on earth is not a mistake, nor is it a random sequence of events. It is a carefully constructed training ground, designed by divine wisdom to refine you, to stretch you, and to reveal the depth of strength that lies dormant within your spirit. Every trial you face, every obstacle you encounter, is not meant to break you. It is meant to build you. Have you ever stopped to wonder, what if the battles you thought were setbacks were actually invitations to rise higher? Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. James 1:12. The material world serves as your spiritual gymnasium, a place where your endurance, your faith, and your commitment to your divine assignment are tested and strengthened. Just as athletes endure rigorous training to prepare for championship victories, so too must your soul undergo its own refinement. Think of the life of Malala Yousafzai, a young girl who faced violence and oppression, yet emerged as a global advocate for education and peace. Her challenges were not the end of her story, they were the catalyst for her true mission. In the same way, your obstacles are stepping stones to something far greater. Each challenge that rises before you is not an enemy to fear, but a teacher to embrace. It is sharpening your discernment, fortifying your spirit, and preparing you for the higher calling that awaits. Can you see that every time you overcame hardship, something inside you became stronger, wiser, more radiant? We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Romans 5:3-4. Your mission does not conclude when life gets easier. It escalates as you ascend through the tests. The real work, your divine work, begins once you have passed through the fires of preparation and are ready to lead others into the light. But understand, beloved one, unlocking your divine powers does not happen overnight. True spiritual mastery requires intentional, daily commitment. You must choose every single day to align your mind, body, and spirit with the higher vibrations of divine truth. Belief alone is not enough. Belief must be wedded to consistent action. Think of Bruce Lee, a man who transformed not just martial arts, but the way the world understood discipline, focus, and inner mastery. His greatness was not talent alone. It was daily, painstaking practice. Will you commit to the same sacred discipline for the unfolding of your divine gifts? Each day must become a living prayer, a deliberate act of dedication to your transformation. One of the most powerful keys to activating your spiritual gifts is the practice of daily meditation and prayer. These sacred disciplines are not mere rituals, they are gateways. When you quiet your mind, you create space for divine whispers to emerge. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. In those moments of stillness, you open yourself to the currents of divine energy flowing into your soul. Make it your sacred habit to carve out time each day for communion with the divine. Begin by simply breathing deeply, silencing the noise around you, and listening for the subtle voice within. Ask God to guide your steps, to reveal His wisdom, to ignite the dormant gifts waiting inside you. If you feel drawn to it, practice sleep meditation or awaken at 3 a.m., known by many mystics as the spiritual hour, and offer sacred prayers in the stillness of the night. For centuries, saints, prophets, and spiritual warriors have used these holy hours to receive visions, breakthroughs, and divine instruction. Could it be that the breakthroughs you seek are waiting for you in the silent hours you've been overlooking? As you remain faithful to these practices, you will begin to notice subtle but profound changes. Your intuition will sharpen like a blade honed by divine fire. Your dreams will no longer be mere random images, but living revelations guiding your path. You will find yourself instinctively knowing things that cannot be explained by logic alone. Just as Harriet Tubman was guided by visions and dreams that led her to liberate hundreds of slaves without being caught, so too will your awakened gifts guide you through the complexities of your divine mission. The changes may start small, a sense of peace where there used to be fear, a sudden knowing when a decision must be made, but they are the first ripples of a mighty spiritual awakening. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. Are you ready to call out, to listen, and to be transformed by what you will hear? Remember, chosen one, this process is a sacred unfolding, not a sprint. Every act of faith, every prayer whispered in the darkness, every moment of stillness builds the bridge between who you are and who you were always destined to become. The unlocking of your hidden powers is not just about your own ascent. It is about becoming the light bearer that others desperately need. Chosen one, listen closely. There is a sacred window of time, a hidden treasure revered by mystics, saints, and prophets across generations, the hours between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. This is not an ordinary stretch of minutes on the clock. It is a holy portal, a divine threshold where the veil between the seen and unseen worlds grows thin. In these precious early morning moments, heaven leans closer to earth, and the currents of divine wisdom flow more freely. Have you ever woken unexpectedly during this time and felt a stirring in your soul, an unexplainable nudge deep within? This is no coincidence, for the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding. Proverbs 2:6. The 3 a.m. portal is not just about waking up, it is about waking up spiritually. When you rise at this sacred hour and offer a prayer from the deepest well of your heart, you are opening a channel, a direct, powerful connection to receive answers, visions, and instructions from higher realms. Many of the most profound moments of divine revelation in history occurred during the stillness of night. Consider Samuel, the young prophet, who first heard God's voice calling to him as he lay sleeping in the temple. 1 Samuel 3:4-10. Could it be that you too are being called in the silence of the night? This window of time has been utilized by the great ones, not out of superstition, but out of spiritual understanding. Mystics like St. Teresa of Avila entered deep communion with God during these early hours. Saints like Padre Pio received visions and bore divine mysteries through nightly prayer vigils. Even modern trailblazers such as Maya Angelou spoke of waking in the pre-dawn hours to write and commune with inspiration that seemed to flow from another realm. Why? Because during 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., the distractions of the world are muted. The noise of human activity falls silent, and your spirit becomes attuned to a frequency otherwise drowned out by the rush of daytime life. In these sacred moments, God's voice is clearer. The questions that weigh heavy on your heart, the direction you seek, the clarity you long for, can all be answered in this holy exchange. But it requires something from you, your willingness to be still, to surrender, and to believe that what you hear in the silence is real. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. Are you willing to rise in the quiet darkness and seek what most will sleep through and miss? Chosen one, understand this. The 3 a.m. prayer portal is not merely about time. It is about presence. When you show up in faith, when you meet God halfway in the stillness, you are honoring an ancient covenant of intimacy between Creator and creation. Allow yourself to become fully present. Let your prayers flow without pretense. Listen not just with your ears, but with the entirety of your being. Feel the vibrations of divine wisdom stirring in your bones. By incorporating this sacred practice into your daily rhythm, you align yourself with the divine blueprint written over your life. You awaken dormant powers within you, gifts of prophecy, discernment, healing, and supernatural wisdom. Think of Martin Luther King Jr., who spent countless sleepless nights in prayer before making decisions that would alter the course of history. His strength to lead was born not in public rallies, but in private surrender. When you engage in 3 a.m. prayer, you are not praying alone. Angels stand guard beside you. The Holy Spirit hovers close, whispering truths into your soul. Your higher self, the part of you fully attuned to God's will, begins to take the lead. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Psalm 91:1. Can you sense the magnitude of the invitation being extended to you? Do not underestimate the power of these moments. They hold the ability to shift the trajectory of your life in ways you cannot yet imagine. The answers you have been seeking, the healing you have been praying for, the direction your soul longs for, they are accessible to you in the stillness of the sacred hour. Think of Nikola Tesla, who credited his innovations to sudden illuminations he received in moments of intense solitude and silent communion. What divine ideas might be waiting for you in the quiet of the night? This is not just about hearing God's voice. It is about being transformed by it. The more you honor the sacred hour, the stronger your connection becomes. Over time, you will find that your prayers carry more weight. Your intuition sharpens, and your life begins to move with divine synchronicity. The more you show up at the portal, the more heaven shows up for you. Chosen one, have you ever experienced a sudden surge of energy, an unexplainable rush that coursed through you, leaving you breathless and alert? Or perhaps you felt an overwhelming sense of knowing, an intuitive certainty about an event before it unfolded, only to watch it come true exactly as you sensed. These are not accidents. They are not random anomalies. They are the first sacred whispers of your divine abilities, awakening from within. Now, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Perhaps you can recall moments where your intuition guided you beyond logic, where no evidence pointed the way, yet you knew exactly what to do. Maybe there have been times when someone in your presence experienced healing, comfort, or clarity, and you were the vessel without even realizing it. These experiences are not coincidences. They are confirmations. They are glimpses into the spiritual arsenal you already carry within you. Have you wondered why you feel so deeply, sense so profoundly, or act with wisdom beyond your years? Could it be that your higher self has been quietly guiding you all along? You may also have felt mysterious pulls, being drawn to certain places, people, or situations, as though an invisible hand was leading you. You may have sensed a deep, almost magnetic connection with someone or a place that felt inexplicably important. These pulls are divine nudges, orchestrated by your spiritual guides and your own higher consciousness. Think of Abraham in the Bible, called out from everything familiar into the unknown because of a divine leading he could not explain. Genesis 12:1-4. Similarly, you have been led because your path is sacred. These moments of divine connection, these deep alignments with your higher purpose, are signs that your spiritual gifts are not dormant. They are already alive within you, actively weaving the threads of your destiny. The real question is, will you recognize and embrace them? Or will you dismiss them as mere oddities? It is tempting to rationalize these sacred moments away, to brush them off as coincidences or tricks of the mind. But, chosen one, if you dare to pay attention, to really listen, you will see these are not accidents. They are messages. But the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and will remind you of everything I have said to you. John 14:26. Each time you acknowledge these divine signals, you strengthen your connection to your gifts. Each time you honor what you feel in your spirit, your abilities grow stronger. The truth is, your powers have always been within you. They are not something you must earn. They are your birthright. But activation demands awareness. Trust that you are already equipped for the journey ahead. You simply must now step fully into it. Think of Albert Einstein, who spoke of intuition as the only real valuable thing. His breakthroughs were not just products of logic. They were divine downloads accessed through trust in the unseen. This, right now, is the moment you have been waiting for. The stirring you feel inside is not just a feeling, it is the divine call to action. It is the voice of destiny saying, "Rise." You have lived long enough beneath your true potential. You have hidden your gifts in the shadows for too long. Now is the time to step boldly into the light. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. God has chosen you for such a time as this. The call on your life is not an accident. It is deliberate, it is divine, and it is urgent. The journey ahead will demand courage. It will require you to face obstacles, doubts, and fears. But know this: every challenge is simply a test to strengthen your wings for flight. Nelson Mandela once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." You too are being prepared not to live a life free of challenges, but to rise above them with power. The universe is already aligning on your behalf. Doors are opening. People you need are being positioned. Resources are being released. The extraordinary is becoming your new reality, but you must claim it. You must refuse to be held back by fear, doubt, or the false belief that you are not ready. You are ready. The breakthrough is here. Will you step forward and seize it? There are truths about you that have remained hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because the timing had to be perfect. These are not surface-level facts, but soul-deep revelations that shake the very foundation of your understanding. Now, chosen one, the seals are being broken. The veil is being lifted. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter. To search out a matter is the glory of kings. Proverbs 25:2. God is opening your spiritual eyes to see beyond the illusions of the material world. A greater reality, a truth that transcends time, space, and physical existence is being revealed to you. Every question you have carried, every confusion that once clouded your path, has been preparing you for this unveiling. Just as Helen Keller once broke through the barrier of silence and darkness to understand the world around her, so too are you about to break into the full understanding of your spiritual identity. Some of these revelations will shock you. Others will bring a deep, soothing sense of clarity, like remembering something your soul always knew, but your mind had forgotten. Either way, this awakening is a gift beyond price. It is the key that unlocks your next level. It is not only a revelation about your past, but a commissioning for your future. You have been walking through life carrying puzzle pieces, unsure how they fit. But now the full picture is coming together. The mysteries of your soul, the source of your powers, the truth of your divine heritage, they are all being unveiled. You were never meant for an ordinary life. You were never created to simply survive. You were always destined to lead, to heal, to awaken. Chosen one, this knowledge will transform you. It will ignite a fire within you that cannot be quenched. It will give you the confidence to take the next bold steps on your sacred journey. Embrace these revelations. Let them awaken the sleeping giant within your spirit. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. This is your time. This is your awakening. This is the beginning of everything you were born to become. Chosen one, have you ever felt an overwhelming, restless energy stirring inside your soul, the kind that keeps you awake at night, no matter how exhausted your body feels? That deep inner turmoil, that persistent unease, is not random. It is not simply stress or anxiety. It is a spiritual alarm sounding from the depths of your being. Your soul is trying to reach you, desperately signaling that there is something vital, something sacred within you that needs your attention. Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. All your waves and breakers have swept over me. Psalm 42:7. These sensations are not to be ignored or silenced. They are sacred cries, calls to awaken to the fullness of your divine purpose. Could it be that what you have labeled as restlessness is actually your higher self trying to break through the surface? Restlessness is one of the most powerful spiritual signals you will ever receive. It often comes when you have drifted away from your true self, when your divine mission feels distant or buried beneath the demands of the material world. This internal conflict manifests in sleeplessness, emotional agitation, or even physical discomfort, not to punish you, but to awaken you. Think of the life of Mahatma Gandhi, whose inner restlessness pushed him to leave a promising career to ignite a revolution of peace and justice. Would he have changed history if he had ignored the divine discomfort stirring within? Pain, too, has its sacred role in this journey. Emotional pain, heartbreak, even physical suffering are not signs of divine abandonment. They are portals to transformation. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. 2 Corinthians 12:9. Pain forces you to confront what you have hidden, denied, or neglected within yourself. It demands your attention, and if you dare to face it, it will lead you to levels of growth you never thought possible. Instead of running from the discomfort, lean into it. Embrace the uneasy feelings. Listen to the messages they carry. Every tremor in your spirit is guiding you toward greater alignment with your higher self. As you tune into these spiritual alarms, you will discover that restlessness gives birth to clarity, sleepless nights become sacred encounters, and pain transforms into power. This is the alchemy of spiritual awakening, and you, chosen one, are right in the middle of it. Trust your soul's communication. Follow the whisperings of your spirit. Transformation is not just possible, it is inevitable if you surrender to the process. Have you ever felt isolated, misunderstood, or disconnected from those around you, even from people you love? If so, you are not alone. This experience is almost universal among those who are spiritually awakening. Your energy, your vibration, your very presence begins to shift as you evolve, and not everyone is ready or able to meet you at that level. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Your uniqueness is not a flaw, it is a sign of elevation. You are operating at a frequency that many are not yet prepared to receive. It can be painful when even those closest to you resist or misunderstand your transformation, but remember, their inability to comprehend your path does not invalidate your calling. Think of Galileo, who was persecuted for seeing what others refused to believe. His isolation was not a condemnation. It was confirmation that he was seeing a deeper truth. Your vibration is the living frequency of your soul. It reflects your spiritual growth, your encounters with the divine, your expanding consciousness. Those still trapped in lower vibrations may resist your light because it challenges their comfort zones. This resistance, though painful, is a sacred indicator that you are breaking old chains, not only for yourself, but as a forerunner for others. As you continue to grow, your presence will become a beacon of light for for those who are ready to awaken. Like Harriet Tubman, who returned again and again into darkness to lead others into freedom, your life will inspire and guide. Trust that the right people, your true spiritual tribe, will be drawn to your light in divine timing. Until then, cherish your journey. Embrace your uniqueness. You were never meant to blend in. You were born to stand out, to shine, and to lead others toward the truth of who they really are. Chosen one, every struggle you have endured, every heartbreak, every sleepless night, every tear, none of it has been wasted. These were not punishments, they were preparations. You have been forged in the furnace of adversity, refined by fire, shaped into a vessel capable of carrying the divine. See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction, Isaiah 48:10. Your pain has been sacred training for the greatness you are stepping into. Just as a blacksmith hammers and tempers steel to create a sword, your trials have hammered and tempered your soul into something unbreakable. Oprah Winfrey, who rose from trauma and hardship to inspire millions, often speaks of how every painful experience was preparing her for her true purpose. Can you see now that your hardships were not detours? They were divine preparations. Now you stand at the threshold, ready to claim your spiritual crown. You are not the same person who once doubted, feared, or hesitated. You have been transformed through the fire. The time to shine is no longer a distant someday. It is now. Chosen one, you were never meant for an ordinary life. You were called, refined, and anointed for greatness, and the world is waiting for you to rise. Chosen one, there's a timeless truth that echoes through both the spiritual and physical realms. You don't receive the crown without enduring the struggle, and for you, this truth holds profound significance. Every obstacle you have faced, every mountain you have climbed, every night you spent weeping in silence, none of it was in vain. These challenges were not punishments, they were refinements, spiritual fires forging the strength, resilience, and wisdom necessary to carry the weight of your divine destiny. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised. James 1:12. Without these battles, you would not have developed the capacity to hold the crown God has prepared for you. You have endured, and because of that, you are now ready to step boldly into your rightful place as a bearer of light, wisdom, and leadership. Think of Joseph, who was betrayed by his own brothers, imprisoned and forgotten, yet emerged as a ruler who saved nations. Genesis 41. His crown was not handed to him. It was earned through unwavering faith and perseverance. Could it be that your suffering was preparing you for a throne even greater than you imagined? The crown you are called to wear is more than a symbol of honor. It is the evidence of your spiritual evolution. It is a declaration that you have overcome the gravitational pull of fear, doubt, and worldly distractions. As you rise above the material realm, you begin to embody the true qualities of spiritual leadership: deep compassion, unwavering wisdom, resilient strength, and unshakable grace. And when the chief shepherd appears, you will receive the crown of glory that will never fade away. 1 Peter 5:4. You are no longer tethered to the wounds of the past. You are no longer imprisoned by who you once were. You are stepping into the full authority of your divine self. Wear your crown, chosen one, with both humility and righteous pride, knowing every scar you carry is a jewel in your crown, a testament to battles won in the Spirit. The kingdom of the Spirit, vast, limitless, eternal, is now open before you. It is not a realm of domination, but one of divine service. It is a realm where love is your scepter and light is your law. Nelson Mandela once said, "After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb." Your victory is not the end. It is the beginning of your reign in divine purpose. Have you ever felt like you didn't quite belong? As if you were a puzzle piece that didn't fit into the world's predetermined patterns? This feeling is not a mistake. It is not because you are wrong or broken. It is because you have been spiritually engineered, crafted by divine hands for a mission far beyond the ordinary. For we are God's masterpiece. He has created us anew in Christ Jesus, so we can do the good things He planned for us long ago. Ephesians 2:10. Your soul was designed with precision, built to carry qualities and gifts that distinguish you from the masses. That deep intuition, your visionary insights, your innate connection to higher realms, they are not anomalies. They are markers of your divine blueprint. Think of Albert Einstein, who often felt out of place among his peers, yet whose mind reshaped the understanding of the universe. His difference was his genius. Your difference is your divine signature. Chosen one, you were never meant to blend in. You were created to stand apart, to shine in ways others might not immediately understand. Your mission is unique. Your purpose is exceptional. This means that sometimes you may walk paths alone. You may be misunderstood, overlooked, or even rejected. But take heart. Every great spiritual leader has walked a lonely path before the world caught up to their light. Being spiritually engineered often means enduring seasons of isolation, seasons when your worth is unseen by human eyes. But know this, your value is not determined by who sees it. It is anchored in who designed it. Think of Joan of Arc, a young girl whose divine visions led her to command armies and shift the destiny of nations, despite being misunderstood, feared, and ultimately betrayed by the very people she fought for. You are meant to guide, not to be validated. You are here to elevate consciousness, not to conform to it. Your spiritual DNA is encoded with a higher vibration that calls others to rise, and even if they resist at first, your light will eventually awaken them. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Chosen one, do not apologize for your difference. Celebrate it. Embrace your divine engineering with full confidence. The world desperately needs what you carry. The awakening you bring is not optional. It is essential. Your light, your wisdom, your gifts. They are urgently needed in this hour. The struggles you endured, the isolation you faced, the misunderstandings you bore, they were shaping you for this exact moment. Every hardship was a chisel in the hands of the divine, carving you into a masterpiece prepared for greatness. Now, the universe awaits your leadership. Heaven stands ready to support you. You were created for such a time as this. You are ready to wear your crown. You are ready to reign with love, truth, and unstoppable light. My beloved chosen souls, as you stand on the threshold of this extraordinary transformation, know this. You are stepping into the fullness of who you were always destined to be. Your crystalline body is not merely a change of form. It is the living testament that you have aligned yourself with divine frequencies, that you have surrendered to the sacred call placed upon your life. Every surge of energy, every deepened intuition, every moment when your soul feels more connected to the universe, these are confirmations that your ascension is real, unfolding, and unstoppable. But we all, with unveiled faces, beholding as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, are being transformed into the same image from glory to glory. 2 Corinthians 3:18. You are not just evolving, you are being unveiled. The royalty that has long slumbered within you is rising. The divine authority that you carry is not for status, fame, or self-glorification. It is for purpose, service, and love. You were born to be a light in a dark world, a bridge between heaven and earth, a living testimony that God's glory can dwell within human vessels. You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. From this day forward, walk with the certainty that your spirit is crowned, your body is being refined into light, and your destiny is sealed by divine design. No force of darkness can undo what God has ordained for you. No earthly circumstance can diminish the glory that now rests upon you. Remember the example of figures like Moses, who radiated divine light after communing with God, or saints throughout history, whose very presence shifted atmospheres. You, beloved one, are called to that same level of impact. Before we part, I want to thank each and every one of you for walking this sacred journey with me. Your presence, your energy, your willingness to open your heart to this message means more than words can express. If you feel called to support this work and help spread this light further, I invite you to donate through Super Thanks. Your gifts help keep this mission alive and expanding. But hear me clearly. Whether you choose to donate or not, you are deeply valued, deeply seen, and deeply loved. Your support in every form, through presence, prayer, sharing, and believing, is already a precious offering. May abundant blessings chase you down and overtake you, filling your life with divine overflow. May favor surround you like a shield, going before you to open doors no one can shut and causing every step you take to prosper. Let the light that God placed within you shine ever brighter with each new day, dispelling darkness and igniting hope wherever you go. Walk forward with unshakable boldness, knowing you are not ordinary. You are royalty, ordained from the foundations of the earth. You carry a lineage of greatness in your spirit, and heaven itself stands behind your calling. You are chosen, beloved one, not by accident but by divine design, and the power resting upon you is greater than any obstacle you could ever face. You are ascending into new realms of purpose, influence, and spiritual authority. The chains that once held you back are broken. The doubts that once clouded your vision are being replaced with clarity and power. You are unstoppable because God Himself has authored your story, and His word cannot fail. So go forth now and reign. Reign in love, reign in light, reign in truth. Transform every space you enter simply by being who you were created to be. The universe is not just waiting for another voice, it is waiting for yours. This is your time. This is your season. Step into it without hesitation, for the path has already been cleared and the promises are already unfolding. Heaven is cheering you on, chosen one. Now rise and walk boldly into your divine destiny. Dear chosen ones, this is not just another video. This is not a coincidence, a curiosity, or a casual scroll through your feed. This moment right here, this exact breath you're taking, is sacred. You have been drawn into a divine alignment, hand-picked by the Spirit of God, to hear what heaven is saying over your life right now. This isn't something that might apply to you. This is you. Have you felt that pull inside you lately? That whisper that keeps calling you higher, even when everything around you feels heavy? Have you noticed the signs, the strange timing, the tension in your spirit that won't let you settle for less? That's not your imagination. That's heaven preparing to thunder into your life. That unrest in your spirit, it's the shaking of your destiny, breaking free from limitation. The reason you're here is because this message is not a suggestion. It is a royal decree, a prophetic announcement from the throne of the Most High. This is not just inspiration. This is divine revelation. This is not about you hoping for something better. This is about God revealing what is already written and sealed concerning your next season. Every moment you've survived, every tear you've cried, every prayer you thought went unheard, heaven is gathering it all and echoing back with one message. You have been chosen for this very moment in time. You are not here to wonder. You are here to witness. Witness the unraveling of the lies. Witness the dismantling of delay. Witness the divine script of your destiny starting to unfold before your very eyes. Let this truth pierce through every layer of fear. Your future is not fragile. It's not hanging in the balance, waiting on man's approval or circumstances' cooperation. Your future is hanging in the hand of God. And when God holds something, nothing can shake it. Not failure, not fear, not even your past. What He ordains, no one can destroy. What He speaks, no one can silence. And what He seals, He always finishes. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are right on time for heaven's next move. Now take a deep breath and prepare yourself. This is where doubt gets evicted. This is where clarity returns. This is where delay dies and destiny steps forward. What you are about to hear is the very truth the enemy has been desperate to keep you from discovering. This isn't motivational noise. This is spiritual intelligence, divine strategy coming straight from the mouth of eternity. Lock in, chosen one. Fix your focus. This is your moment of ignition. And before we go any further, I want to pause and thank those of you who have partnered with us in faith and love. If you've donated through Super Thanks, please know your support is not just appreciated, it is sacred. Whether it was $1 or a penny, your generosity is a seed sown into fertile ground. You are helping this word reach more lives, more nations, more broken hearts, waiting for a message like this. But even if you haven't donated, please hear this with your whole heart. We are still incredibly grateful for you. Just being here, showing up, listening, receiving, that means everything to us. Your presence matters, your spirit matters, and your story is still being written in fire and glory. If what you are hearing is resonating in your soul, if your spirit is stirring and your heart is waking up, take a bold step and comment 999 below. That's not just a number. That's your declaration to heaven. I hear you, Lord. I'm aligned. I'm ready. It's a prophetic code, a spiritual shout, a sign that you are stepping out of silence and into destiny. So, are you ready to hear what heaven has been waiting to reveal? Are you ready to shake the dust off the lies and walk boldly into the identity God always knew was yours? Are you ready to rise into what you were born for? Then stay close. Don't blink. Don't scroll. Don't doubt. Because what you're about to receive has the power to change not just your day, but your destiny. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God said, this is what you're becoming next. Chosen one, take this in. Your future is not up for negotiation. It's not hanging in the balance, dependent on how perfectly you perform or how many detours you take. You're not here trying to figure it out as you go. What you are stepping into has already been finished, signed, sealed, and declared by the one who doesn't guess. He knows. Isaiah 46:10 tells us plainly, I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come. I say, my purpose will stand, and I will do all that I please. Do you realize what that means for you? Before time wrapped itself around your name, before your earthly body was formed, your destiny was already spoken aloud in heaven. God did not wait for you to be born to plan your purpose. He finished it before you ever took your first breath. So then, why do you sometimes walk around like it's still uncertain? Why do you carry the weight of what if, when heaven already declared what is? You see, chosen one, the truth is not that your destiny is forming day by day. It's that you are discovering step by step what has already been completed. There is no guesswork in your journey. There is only revelation. Think of it like a hidden scroll sealed by the hand of God, and with every decision made in faith, another section unfolds before you. The world may tell you that you're still building your future, but God's word says you're walking into a plan that's already completed. What would your life look like if you actually believed that? If you walked like someone who knows the final scene has already been written in your favor? Let's pause here and look at a real-life example. Take the life of Viola Davis. Before she was the first African-American actress to achieve the Triple Crown of acting, she was a little girl growing up in poverty, enduring racism and fighting self-doubt. But none of those hardships erased the truth of what God already declared about her. Her story looked uncertain, but her victory was already sealed. Isn't it amazing how God can take someone from overlooked to unforgettable, from hardship to honor? Does that not speak to what He's doing in your life right now? The enemy will try to whisper that you're off track, that you're late, that maybe you missed your moment. But how can you be late to a destination God has already secured for you? Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." So, chosen one, how can you be lost when the Creator who crafted your destiny also ordered your steps? You're not behind schedule. You're right on heaven's time. That anxiety you carry, that fear of failure, it's not coming from God. It's coming from the lies of a defeated enemy who already saw your end and is trying to keep you from walking into it. Here's another powerful reminder. Stephen King, one of the most successful authors in history, was rejected dozens of times before his first book, Carrie, was published. He threw it in the trash, but his wife retrieved it and told him to keep going. Rejection didn't mean his story was over. It meant the chapter wasn't finished yet. Just like King, there will be moments in your life when what looks like failure is actually redirection. Do you think your story ends with the setbacks? Or could it be that God is using the detours to bring you to the exact scene where His glory shines through? Romans 8:30 tells us, "And those He predestined He also called. Those He called He also justified. Those He justified He also glorified." That's not the language of possibility. That's the language of completion. You have been glorified in advance. You are not trying to win a prize that may or may not be awarded. You're walking in the path of someone who has already been crowned. Do you understand the power of that? Heaven isn't nervously watching to see if you'll succeed. Heaven is watching you become what it already knows you are. You are not a question mark. You are an exclamation of God's intention. Think about Nelson Mandela. He spent 27 years in prison. During those decades, many saw him as forgotten, broken, defeated. But what the world didn't know was that God had already written him into history as a liberator, a reconciler, a president. His freedom was declared long before the doors of that prison opened. Chosen one, just because you're in a dark season doesn't mean the story's over. What if the delay isn't denial, but divine staging? Now lean into this. Philippians 1:6 says, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." God doesn't abandon projects. He doesn't scrap blueprints. If He started it, He's finishing it. And not only finishing it, He's revealing it through you in ways that will echo for generations. Maybe you're feeling stuck right now. Maybe you've been praying for signs. But what if this is the sign? What if this moment of uncertainty is the very space God is using to remind you that His word is unshakable? Look at Tyler Perry, raised in poverty, abused, homeless, yet he kept writing. And now, a media empire built on stories that heal and uplift millions. The world would have written him off, but God already had "finished" written next to his name. The pain didn't define his ending, it fueled it. And just like that, chosen one, your scars are not disqualifications. They are sacred signatures of survival. divine evidence that your journey has always been guided. And rest in the truth of Psalm 138, verse 8. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me. Your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. This isn't just motivation. This is confirmation. You are not wandering. You are being walked step by step into an ending that cannot be stolen, cannot be sabotaged, cannot be rewritten. You are not chasing a maybe. You are stepping into a certainty. So, what would shift in your life if you truly believed God has already declared your ending? How would you speak, walk, give, love, if you were convinced your breakthrough wasn't a question of if, but when? What if your only assignment now is to align, not strive, to receive, not doubt, to move in faith, not fear? Chosen one, this is what you're becoming next. A walking manifestation of a completed promise. You're not building from scratch. You're unfolding destiny. You're not racing to create your worth. You're discovering the worth that was already assigned. So lift your head, clear your heart, and walk forward, because you are not entering the unknown. You are entering the already written. Chosen one, listen, not just with your ears, but with your spirit. You are not a coincidence. You didn't arrive here through the randomness of biology or the happenstance of timing. You were not a byproduct of environment, culture, or even your parents' plans. You were authored by God himself, not in reaction to life, but in orchestration of it. You were intentionally predestined, strategically positioned, and divinely purposed. This truth doesn't ask for your agreement. It simply is. Romans 8:29-30 speaks directly to your soul. For those God foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son. And those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. Can you sense it now? Your life is not something God is managing. It's something he already completed in excellence. Pause and let that sit in your spirit. God knew you. Not would know, but knew. Before time even began, before light touched the void, before galaxies spun into being, he had already formed the idea of you. Your laugh, your tears, your path, your purpose. He saw it all. What if I told you that you are not becoming someone significant? You already are someone significant, simply catching up to the knowledge heaven's always held about you. Have you ever considered why you never fit in completely? Why you couldn't do things the way others did? It's because you weren't built from this world's blueprint. You were spoken from eternity. Let's break it down clearly, just as if we were teaching a child to read the truth, one word at a time. Foreknow. God already had a relationship with your essence before your body had form. Predestined. Your path, your growth, your victories and even your valleys were accounted for before your first heartbeat. Called. He sent you here with instructions sealed in your soul. Justified. He covered the stains before the world ever pointed at them. And glorified. He didn't just redeem your past, he exalted your future. Do you see the pattern? Every verb is in the past tense, not will be, not might be, already done. Consider the life of C.S. Lewis. Known today as one of the most influential Christian thinkers of modern history, Lewis started his journey as an atheist, criticizing the very faith he would later become famous for defending. He didn't stumble into Christianity, he was called into revelation. His destiny wasn't made after his conversion. It had been written long before he ever questioned the existence of God. Doesn't that sound familiar? Chosen one? Haven't there been times you've doubted, wandered, or even rebelled, only to feel something holy always pulling you back? The weight you carry isn't because you're lost. It's because you were marked early. And when you've been chosen before birth, life feels heavier because the enemy knew your identity before you did. The attacks you faced weren't coincidental. They were attempts to derail someone heaven had already glorified. Psalm 139 verse 16 confirms this truth. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. Every chapter of your life has already been written, and none of them end in defeat. Let's look at Nick Vujicic, born without arms and legs. By every human calculation, his life should have been marked by limitation. But what did God do? He turned what looked like a mistake into a global ministry of hope and power. Nick now speaks to millions, proclaiming Christ with a joy that disarms sorrow. Was he randomly born? Number, he was called, justified and glorified, not in spite of his condition, but through it. So, chosen one, what if your perceived limitations are not roadblocks, but revelations of how God will get the glory through you? You're not trying to earn your purpose, you're awakening to it. Your soul is remembering what heaven never forgot. Can you feel the remembering begin even now? That tug in your chest, that whisper in your bones, saying, "This is who you've always been." You are not trying to climb toward identity, you're descending into it. That's what makes you different. You weren't sent to conform to this world, but to transform it by revealing the unseen. Let's bring in another story, Maya Angelou. She endured unspeakable trauma as a child, including abuse and long periods of silence. But what the world didn't realize is that in her silence, God was shaping the voice that would one day echo through generations. Her words, once buried under pain, later resurrected in poetry, books and speeches that changed lives. Her destiny wasn't defined by her trauma, it was built through it. Do you still believe your past disqualifies you? Or are you ready to believe that your past is proof of divine preparation? Another verse confirms this divine setup, Ephesians 1:4-5. For he chose us in him before the creation of the world. In love, he predestined us for adoption to sonship through Jesus Christ. Long before you were called by your earthly name, you were adopted by heaven's intention. You weren't just chosen for a task, you were chosen for relationship. You're not God's employee, you're his heir. So why are you still questioning your belonging? And speaking of heirs, consider Malala Yousafzai. Shot by extremists for daring to pursue education as a girl, many thought her story would end in tragedy. But God had other plans. Malala didn't just survive. She rose to become a Nobel Peace Prize winner, advocating for the rights of millions. Her glory wasn't in avoiding the fire. It was in walking through it and emerging with power. Isn't that what's happening to you? Haven't you noticed that the places designed to break you are the same places where your voice began to rise? Finally, let's land this in the promises of 2 Timothy 1:9. He has saved us and called us to a holy life, not because of anything we have done, but because of his own purpose and grace. It's not about your resume, it's about your revelation. God chose you not because you were the best candidate on paper, but because his grace wrote your name on destiny's scroll. So stop asking, why me? And start asking, why not me? What if everything you've lived through has been pointing to this very moment of realization? You are not a mistake. You are not late. You are not overlooked. You are God's strategy, God's vessel, God's masterpiece in motion. The glory ahead of you has nothing to do with your worthiness and everything to do with his will. So, breathe deeply, straighten your back, and step forward, not to become something, but to reveal what you've always been. Chosen one, I know what you're feeling. Right now, you may be moving through a chapter so heavy that even breathing feels like a burden. You might be carrying silent tears that no one knows about, questioning if God still hears your voice in the middle of your pain. Maybe you've been smiling in public while crumbling in private. Maybe the prayers you whispered at night seem to echo into nothing. But hear this loud and clear. You are not stuck. You are not forgotten. And this is not the end of your story. You are passing through. Psalm 23:4 declares, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me." Do you notice the key word? Through. That means you were never meant to stay in the valley. The valley was never your final destination. It was always meant to be a passage, not a prison. It's easy to forget that in the middle of pain. It's easy to think that what you're experiencing now will define the rest of your life. But God never called you to build your identity around the season you're surviving. You were not created to settle in sorrow. You were created to pass through it. This pain is a hallway, not a home. Can you trust that just because it's dark now doesn't mean light isn't coming? Can you hold on long enough to see what's waiting on the other side? The valley may feel endless, but it isn't. You are walking through it, and what awaits you on the other side is greater than you've imagined. Let me show you that you're not alone in this. Consider Oprah Winfrey. Before becoming one of the most influential women in the world, she endured childhood trauma, poverty, and repeated rejection. She was told she wasn't fit for television. But her valley didn't define her, it refined her. The pain she endured became the platform that launched her purpose. Like her, your tears are not wasted. They are watering the soil of a future that will bear fruit for generations. Doesn't that shift how you see your struggle? Could it be that your valley is preparing you for a visibility you didn't ask for, but were born to carry? Isaiah 43:2 reminds you of a promise many forget. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. God never promised you wouldn't face deep waters. He promised you wouldn't drown in them. And some of you have been treading water for so long, you forgot you're not alone in that river. You are not abandoned. The divine is still holding your hand, even when you can't feel it. Your delay is not your denial. Your battle is not your burial. It's your birthplace. What if your current struggle is the labor before the delivery? Think about Steve Jobs. After being fired from the very company he helped build, many assumed he had reached his low point. But the valley didn't stop him. Instead, it became the proving ground. He later returned to Apple and led it into one of the most iconic comebacks in corporate history. What people thought was his ending was just the midpoint of a divine turnaround. Chosen one, what if the pain you feel today is actually the sign that you're close to the greatest breakthrough of your life? What if the enemy's loudest attacks are just proof that your next chapter is about to silence every lie? 1 Peter 5:10 says, "And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast." This is not just encouragement, it's a blueprint. Suffering is not the conclusion, it's the setup. Restoration is part of the plan. What you're going through isn't the end, it's the middle of a divine metamorphosis. You are being made stronger in the valley than you ever were on the mountaintop. Do you feel the weight lifting as that truth settles into your soul? Look at Bethany Hamilton, the professional surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack. Most would have given up, but she didn't stop at the pain. She kept surfing, became a champion, and inspired millions. Her scars didn't disqualify her. They became the very evidence of resilience and divine calling. Like her, your wounds are not signs of weakness. They are sacred evidence of endurance. And when you come out of this valley, and you will carry the kind of authority that only those who have walked through the fire and lived to tell the story can carry. You may not see it now, but your present struggle is forming a testimony that will reach people you haven't even met yet. God doesn't waste a wound. Not one tear you've cried has fallen unnoticed. Psalm 56:8 assures us, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." Did you hear that? Every tear is accounted for, not ignored, not dismissed, collected, recorded, revered. Do you realize how intimately God is watching over your journey? You're not lost in the crowd. You're cradled in His purpose. And maybe right now you feel like quitting. Maybe the silence of heaven feels unbearable. But chosen one, you're not being ignored. You're being carved, molded, formed. The valley is where God trains warriors. It's where He hides kings before they're crowned. Even David, the one who wrote Psalm 23, had to face a lion, a bear, and a giant before he wore a crown. The valley wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And it's the same with you. Could it be that this valley is the very place where your throne is being shaped? So lift your head, even if your heart is tired. You are not forgotten. You are being formed. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. And on the other side of this valley, there's a table being prepared in the presence of your enemies. There's oil that will flow. There's purpose that will awaken. And there's a version of you that will rise with power and clarity and faith, deeper than anything you've ever known. Chosen one, let me speak to your future, not from a place of speculation, but from the eternal certainty of heaven's decree. Your story is not evolving by accident, it's unfolding by design. Jeremiah 29:11 assures us, "For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end." God is not sitting on His throne unsure of your destiny. He's not pacing back and forth wondering if things will work out. He already knows. He has already written the final chapter of your life, and it does not end in defeat. It ends in divine victory. It concludes in the radiance of glory, not the shadows of tragedy. So, even if you feel stuck today, heaven has already scripted movement for tomorrow. Even if you feel broken, restoration is already outlined in your divine blueprint. Even if you feel hidden, public honor is scheduled and sealed on heaven's calendar. So ask yourself, who has the final say? The voices of doubt around you, or the voice that spoke stars into existence? Look at the life of J.K. Rowling, who was rejected by 12 publishers before Harry Potter was accepted. She wrote the first book as a single mother on welfare, scribbling in cafes between hardship and hope. But despite the odds, the end was not failure, it was favor. Her expected end was not rejection, it was global impact. Like her, your current opposition does not cancel heaven's decision. No demon, no mistake, no delay, no betrayal. Nothing can undo what God has already spoken over your life. Do you believe that your destiny is stronger than the detours you've had to endure? You need to plant this truth deep in your spirit. God doesn't start what He doesn't finish. Philippians 1:6 confirms this, being confident of this very thing, that He which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. That means you are not a rough draft. You are a divine masterpiece in progress. If God started something in you, He is already invested in seeing it through. He will not abandon what He's planted. If He called you, He will equip you. If He poured oil over your head, He's also lined up the appointment where that oil will activate your authority. You are not some half-finished idea floating in uncertainty. You are a sacred project under divine construction. Think of Walt Disney. Fired from a newspaper job because he lacked imagination, he went on to create an empire that reshaped entertainment forever. Disney's early life was full of setbacks, bankruptcy, rejection, ridicule. But none of those things defined his final chapter, because like you, chosen one, he was walking out a story greater than the setbacks. Your beginning does not disqualify your end. It prepares you for it. If the world has underestimated you, good. That gives God more space to demonstrate just how unstoppable His plans are. Now listen to this. People may have labeled you based on your past. They may have misjudged you, misunderstood you, or misnamed you. But you are not who they say you are. You are who God has declared you to be. The world may have called you too broken, too flawed, too late. But God calls you blessed, chosen, and right on time. 1 Peter 2:9 speaks directly to this truth. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people. Let me break it down so it becomes part of your bones. Chosen means you were handpicked, not because of perfection, but because of purpose. Royal means you carry spiritual authority, your voice shifts atmospheres. Holy means you've been set apart. You don't belong to chaos, you belong to covenant. Peculiar means you were never designed to blend in. You were destined to stand out, marked for divine influence in a world saturated with imitation. Consider Simone Biles, the most decorated gymnast in history. She's not just known for her physical ability, but for choosing mental strength in a culture that demanded performance at the cost of her peace. She didn't fit the mold. She stood apart, peculiar, chosen, and now she leads with both power and humanity. Chosen one, you were not called to be acceptable. You were called to be undeniable, to rise in authenticity, not conformity. You were never meant to fit into the system because you were sent to transform it. So, why are you still letting human opinion shrink divine identity? Why are you trying to fit into categories when God has called you into kingdoms? When heaven has already defined you, nothing on earth can redefine you. Your waiting season isn't a wasted one. It's a proving ground for your promise. Some of you feel like the clock is ticking and the door still hasn't opened. But let me speak heaven's rhythm over your impatience. Habakkuk 2:3 declares, "Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry." At first glance that sounds contradictory, but it's not. It simply means that even when it feels late in your time, it's right on time in God's realm. His delay is not rejection, it's calibration for a bigger impact than you expected. Let's bring in the story of Nelson Mandela. After 27 years in prison, most assumed his purpose was finished. But the expected end for Mandela was not imprisonment, it was presidency. It wasn't defeat, it was transformation. And when he walked out of that cell, he stepped directly into destiny, not because man freed him, but because purpose called him. Chosen one, what if your current confinement is preparing you to carry authority in ways you couldn't imagine before? Let me give you one more scriptural reminder to carry like armor. Isaiah 55:11. "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." That means if God spoke greatness over you, it must come to pass. Heaven doesn't traffic in empty promises. If he said he'd bless you, it's only a matter of time before it manifests. If he said he'd raise you, you won't stay buried. If he said glory is your end, then no grave, no gossip, and no gate can block your rise. Let's not forget Tyler Perry, homeless at one point, sleeping in his car with multiple failed plays and financial losses. But he stayed faithful to what God placed in him. Today, he owns one of the largest film studios in America. He didn't force a door open, he became the door. And that's what you're becoming too, a door, a gateway, a trailblazer, someone whose destiny is not defined by where they started, but by what heaven has declared. Chosen one, let this truth break through every doubt clouding your heart. God is not governed by human clocks or earthly deadlines. He doesn't pace according to time zones or panic at ticking hands. He functions by kingdom timing, flawless, eternal, and precise. And in his timing, he is never late. You may feel like things are dragging, like the promise is distant, like your prayers are caught in the clouds. But hear this clearly, the delay is not denial, it is divine design. Why does God allow the wait? Because he's not only preparing the blessing for you, he's preparing you for the blessing. A blessing out of season can become a burden, but when God delivers what's yours in the fullness of time, it lands with purpose, power, and permanence. Think of it this way: God is stretching your faith, building your endurance, sharpening your discernment, and expanding your capacity. He knows that an untested vessel will mishandle a tested promise. That's why this season feels tight, because God is enlarging your internal space to hold something weightier than you've carried before. Isaiah 60:3 proclaims, "And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising." That's not just poetry, it's prophecy. It's a divine announcement. You will rise, and when you do, nations will notice. Royalty will recognize you. The world will respond to what God placed in you, and all the waiting will suddenly make sense. Consider the story of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. It looked like setback after setback, but each valley was actually a hallway to the palace. When Pharaoh finally called him forward, Joseph wasn't just blessed, he was ready. Had God released the promise prematurely, Joseph would have lacked the wisdom to manage it. But because he endured the preparation, he didn't just survive, he ruled. Could it be that what feels like delay in your life is actually the very thing positioning you for dominion? You don't carry an ordinary purpose. You weren't designed for small rooms and safe conversations. You carry a global assignment. Your pain, your rise, your scars, they're not just for your growth. They're for God's glory, to awaken nations. Your journey will stretch beyond your family, beyond your neighborhood, beyond your city. Your story will ripple into places your feet may never touch, but your obedience will. Have you ever stopped to think, how many people's destinies are attached to your decision to keep going? How many will rise because you refuse to give up? Look at Malala Yousafzai, one girl silenced by a bullet, but raised up by purpose. Her suffering wasn't the end, it was the beginning of a movement. Her life became a light for millions of girls around the globe fighting for education. Her pain became a platform. Like her, chosen one, your past does not disqualify your future. It reveals the anointing on your life. What you thought would bury you will become the very testimony that sets others free. Your scars will not speak of weakness. They will shout of victory. They will reflect God's faithfulness in ways that perfect stories never could. Psalm 126:5-6 gives you a promise you can anchor your soul to. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. He that goeth forth and weepeth shall doubtless come again with rejoicing. Let's break that down. If you've cried, joy is already scheduled. If you've been weeping, harvest is coming. If you've been pressing through pain, rejoicing is not optional, it's guaranteed. God doesn't forget tears. He bottles them. They are seeds, and they will bloom into laughter, into answered prayers, into wild, unstoppable joy. Think about Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Raised in public housing, surrounded by financial struggle, he could have allowed hardship to define him, but he didn't. He saw the lack as fuel for vision. Years later, he created a company that redefined coffee culture worldwide. His journey wasn't clean, it was hard, but the struggle didn't mean he was forgotten. It meant he was being forged. And that's exactly what's happening in you. What if the pressure you're under right now is the same pressure that's producing your global influence? And don't overlook what God is doing even now. Just because it's silent doesn't mean it's stagnant. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean He's not working. Romans 8:18 reminds us, "For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us." That means what's ahead will overshadow what's behind. That means the pain you feel now will pale next to the joy that's on its way. Do you trust that His glory will outweigh your grief? Do you believe that the fulfillment will eclipse the frustration? Let me show you one more example. Bethany Hamilton, the surfer who lost her arm to a shark at just 13. The world thought her career was over, but God wasn't done. Not only did she return to professional surfing, but her story also became a beacon for courage, faith, and resilience. She didn't hide her pain, she used it, and through it, God raised her to inspire millions. Like Bethany, your life may carry visible scars, but those scars are the exact proof that you lived through what others didn't survive and still rose. So don't minimize your journey. Don't shrink your vision to fit what's currently visible. The wait is not wasted. It's preparation for the weight of what's coming next. You are not being overlooked. You are being built. Your foundation is going deep because your future is going high. The world is about to witness God's glory rising on you like the sun bursting through darkness. You will wake up one day soon and realize you're standing inside the very thing you used to pray for. And it won't be because you had all the answers. It'll be because you trusted God even in the silence. Chosen one, hear this. You will laugh again. You will dance again. You will live in joy that doesn't shake with circumstance. The promise is still alive. The door is still coming. The oil is still flowing. What you believe by faith is about to become the life you walk in. So, lift your head. Wipe your tears. Heaven is not behind schedule, and neither are you. Chosen one, let your heart catch fire with this final, undeniable truth. You are becoming the answer to someone's desperate late-night prayer. Yes, you. You will be the one whose presence breaks generational chains. You will be the one who brings restoration to a family line thought to be broken beyond repair. You will carry the radiance of God's glory into places where others tremble to tread. You will speak life into dry places, bring healing where only silence once lived, and carry courage into territories ruled by fear. This is not motivational fluff. This is not spiritual fantasy. This is not wishful thinking coated in emotion. This is divine prophecy etched in the eternal blueprint of heaven, and it's being activated in your life now. This is heaven's verdict over you, heaven's declaration from the throne room of eternity. What God has spoken over you is not up for revision. It is already written, already secured, and already sealed in the mind of God. And no fear, no past failure, no delay, not even your own doubts, can cancel what the King of Glory has already decreed about your future. Have you considered what it really means to be chosen in a world that constantly tries to erase identity? Have you ever realized that the fire you've walked through wasn't just for survival? It was to refine you into someone unshakable, unbreakable, and undeniably anointed. God's plan for you is not fragile. It's not made of paper. It's forged in fire. That's why your future doesn't crumble under pressure. It rises. 2 Corinthians 1:20 declares, "For all the promises of God in him are yes, and in him amen, to the glory of God through us." In other words, if God said it, he meant it, and if he meant it, he will do it. No more living in fear, no more playing small. Your time of shrinking is over. Now is the season of becoming. Let's take a moment and look at Martin Luther King Jr., a preacher, a dreamer, a disruptor of injustice. He became the answer to a generation's cry for freedom. But it didn't come without pain. He faced threats, prison, and hatred. But he walked anyway. Why? Because he knew that when God puts fire in your bones, fear cannot contain you. And that's what's happening in you. God is setting your soul ablaze, not just so you shine, but so others can see by the light you carry. You're not just being transformed, you're being positioned. And when the moment comes, you'll realize, this is why the fire didn't destroy me. This is what I was made for. Isaiah 55:11 reinforces this divine certainty. "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." You're not walking around with a maybe. You're walking around with a must. What God sent you to do, you will fulfill. There is no plan B in heaven. You are plan A. That's why you can walk with boldness, think with faith, pray with expectation, and rise with a holy fire burning through your entire being. You've been marked by God, and that mark isn't erasable. And when you walk into your destiny, people will not only be amazed, they will be transformed. Think of Nelson Mandela, who walked out of prison with forgiveness in his heart and leadership in his spirit. What was meant to destroy him became the very place God cultivated his greatness. Mandela didn't just get his life back, he gave a future to millions. Likewise, chosen one, your story is not ending with survival. It's rising into significance. Your comeback won't just bless you, it will ripple through generations. You've endured too much to settle now. You've cried too many tears to quit this close to the promise. God's hand is not only on your life, it's in your life, working through every delay, every disappointment, every unanswered prayer. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." That means nothing is wasted. Not the heartbreak, not the silence, not the loss. It's all being woven into the tapestry of something greater. So when you rise, and you will rise, it won't just be poetic, it'll be prophetic. Look at Sarah Jakes Roberts. She went from being a single teen mum to becoming one of the most powerful voices in modern ministry. Her pain didn't end her calling, it revealed it. She became the voice for women who thought their mistakes disqualified them. Like her, your journey will echo with redemption. Your past isn't a disqualifier, it's a divine setup. The very things you thought would cancel your calling will become the very fuel that amplifies your voice. And here's the truth you need to wrap your entire identity around. God is not finished with you. In fact, he's just getting started. This isn't the twilight of your story, it's the dawn. What you thought was the ceiling is about to become the floor of the next level. Ephesians 3:20 confirms this. Now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us. You thought you were praying bold prayers, but God has planned blessings beyond even your wildest dreams. What if the next season of your life holds more than you even dared to ask for? So rise, not as a victim of what happened, but as a vessel of what's coming. Refuse to live small. Refuse to settle for less than what God promised. Refuse to retreat when heaven is calling you forward. You are not here to blend in. You are not here to survive quietly. You are here to stand boldly, shine brightly, and carry a divine fragrance that announces, God did this. Because when the world sees what you become, they won't just see success. They'll see God's signature all over your story. Chosen one, your future is not a fragile hope. It's a guaranteed unveiling of divine prophecy. Walk like it, think like it, pray like it. You are not behind. You are right on time. And the world has no idea what God is about to reveal through you, but heaven does. And it's already begun. Let us enter this sacred moment together, not as strangers scattered across distance, but as one spiritual family united under the name of Jesus Christ. Chosen ones, this is not just a routine prayer. This is an altar in time, a divine intersection between your now and your next. So lift your heart, still your mind, posture your soul. We are stepping into the presence of the one who wrote your beginning, who governs your middle, and who already knows your victorious end. Heavenly Father, righteous judge of the earth, consuming fire and gentle shepherd, I come boldly before your throne, not with empty words, but with the authority you've placed in my spirit and the urgency you've burned into my bones. Right now, I lift up every chosen one under the weight of this prophetic revelation. You who speak galaxies into existence, you who formed purpose before flesh, you who breathe life into dry bones and call things that are not as though they are. Release your voice like thunder over every weary soul listening now. Abba, there are some right now who have been living with invisible battles, warfare no one else can see. Their minds have been tormented, their hearts have been trembling, they've carried silent burdens while wearing public strength. But you, O God, know every tear that has hit the pillow. You've counted every sigh, heard every whispered "help me" in the midnight hours. Father, I cry out on their behalf, for every heart buried under delay, for every dream muffled by discouragement, for every spirit heavy with unanswered questions. Let your word collide with their darkness and shatter it like glass. Let your light erupt into every forgotten room of their soul and expose the lies that told them they were too late, too broken, too far behind. Lord, I speak to the chains, the ones around their hope, their identity, their confidence. Break them by the authority of your name. Let the fire of heaven consume every whisper of shame, every label of failure, every memory of defeat. Where the enemy said, "This is your limit," Father, show them it's just the launching point. Where he whispered, "You'll never recover," let your spirit roar, "I'm not finished yet." This is not their funeral. This is their resurrection morning. This is not their final chapter. It's the prelude to glory. I prophesy over every buried future. Rise in Jesus' name. Rise with clarity. Rise with vision. Rise with momentum. Rise with unshakable identity. And now, Lord, breathe. Breathe life, real, divine, resurrection breath. Not just motivation, not temporary relief, but the breath that raised Lazarus, that filled the upper room, that split the Red Sea through Moses' lungs. Breathe into their fatigue. Breathe into their doubt. Breathe into their wilderness. Let that breath pull them out of every valley and seat them in high places. Where there has been silence, speak with thunder. Where there has been noise, speak with stillness. Where there has been confusion, release divine blueprints. Where there has been chaos, command alignment. Holy Spirit, ignite them. Set them ablaze with purpose again. Let fresh oil pour from heaven. Oil for endurance, oil for clarity, oil for power. Let this fire not be emotional, it must be eternal. Light their bones like Jeremiah until they cannot be quiet. Turn their prayers into weapons. Turn their waiting into warfare. Turn their worship into a weapon of mass deliverance. Interrupt every cycle of despair and show them what you already see. A future bursting with divine purpose, wrapped in holy glory, right on time. I now declare freedom over every buried gift, every silenced calling, every God dream that was shelved out of fear. Arise, arise from the ashes, arise from the grief, arise from the doubt, arise from the limitations placed by man. Let every dormant vision receive Holy Spirit CPR and beat again. Let every divine word spoken over them in secret come alive in power and in public. And now, Father, I extend this prayer over everyone who has connected to this message. This is not passive interaction. This is prophetic agreement. For every subscriber, I release supernatural acceleration. Let delays be broken. Let generational cycles be interrupted. Let blessings arrive pressed down, shaken together, and running over. For every person who liked this message, I release deep peace. Peace that surpasses all understanding. Peace that silences every lie of the enemy. For every person who shares, release multiplied favor. Let their obedience unlock doors not only for them, but for everyone connected to their lineage. Let this message become a seed that breaks into dry places. Let it travel beyond the reach of algorithms, beyond social platforms. Let it ride on the wings of the Spirit. Let it find the lost, the numb, the voiceless. Let it crash into hospitals, prison cells, bedrooms, and broken living rooms. Let it find the prophet who forgot they were a prophet. Let it find the warrior who got too tired to fight. Let it find the dreamer who traded visions for survival. Let this message awaken nations. Father, brand this moment into their memory. Let their soul remember this day as the holy hinge where everything turned. Let their spirit never forget the sound of you rewriting their future. Let their tears become confirmation. Let their breakthrough echo with these words. This was the moment God rewrote my story. We do not close this prayer in weakness. We seal it in warfare. We do not say amen from a place of defeat, but from the highest place of authority, the name of Jesus Christ, the name that storms obey, the name that hell fears, the name that redeems, restores, and rebuilds futures. And in that name, the King of Kings, the author and finisher, the first and the last, we declare this prayer completed, sealed, and sent. In Jesus' holy, unshakable, undefeated name, Amen and Amen. Beloved chosen one, if you've made it to this point, then you know this wasn't just a message. It was a divine appointment. This was more than inspiration. It was confirmation, a reminder of who you truly are, where you're going, and who's walking with you every step of the way. Through every word spoken, every scripture declared, every story revealed, heaven has been whispering, you are not forgotten. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are being shaped, refined, and lifted into the fullness of everything God has written about you. Right now, your spirit may still be trembling from the weight of the truth you've just received, and that's good, because when truth touches your spirit, it leaves a mark. This moment was meant to be remembered, not just as something you watched or listened to, but as something you felt, as something that shifted you. This was your turning point, and you know it. Something inside you came alive again. Maybe it was a buried dream, a forgotten prophecy, or the voice of hope you silenced too long ago. Whatever it was, it's moving again. It's breathing again. Because God is not done with you. He's only just beginning. Thank you, truly, for walking this journey with us. Whether this is your first time here or you've been standing with us from the beginning, your presence means more than you could ever know. You are part of a growing remnant. Men and women across the world who are waking up to their divine identity and refusing to live beneath what heaven has declared. You are family now, not because you watched a video or read a message, but because your spirit said, yes. Yes to the calling, yes to the stretching, yes to the glory that's coming next. We are honored to serve you, to pour into you, to speak life over your walk with God. Every time you show up here, every time you listen, comment, or share, you are helping us carry this message to the corners of the earth. And if this word has stirred something deep in your soul, if it has helped lift a burden, shine light into darkness, or simply reminded you that you are seen, then consider sowing back into the mission that sowed into you. If your heart feels led, we invite you to support this mission of spreading God's word by donating through Super Thanks. Every gift, no matter the amount, carries weight in the spirit. Whether it's large or small, even just a penny, your seed is a part of someone else's breakthrough. Your generosity helps us reach more souls, speak more truth, and build more altars in places where hope has gone silent. You're not just giving money, you're stepping into partnership with heaven's agenda. You're helping us speak life into deserts, lift up the weary, and remind the forgotten that God still writes resurrection stories. But hear this with love and clarity. Whether you give or not, you are still deeply appreciated. There is no pressure. Your value to this mission is not based on your donation. It's based on your existence, your presence, your prayers, your spirit. That is your greatest gift. You are seen, you are loved, you are covered. So if you're unable to give right now, please don't feel left out. You're still part of this move of God. Just by being here, engaging, and letting this word wash over your soul, you've already said yes to the work of the Spirit. And that is enough. As we come to a close, I want to bless you, fully, freely, and prophetically. May the Lord bless you with wisdom that confounds your enemies, and peace that silences your fears. May joy visit your household in waves that no grief can stop. May divine acceleration come upon your dreams, turning waiting into birthing and hoping into seeing. May you walk through the coming days with supernatural clarity, hearing God's voice louder than the noise of the world. May your hands be blessed with the power to build. May your voice carry healing. May your presence shift atmospheres. And may your future unfold like a garden tended by the very hand of God. I declare that your path will be protected. No weapon formed against you will prosper. No curse spoken over you will stick. No delay sent to frustrate you will win. What God has planned, He will finish. What He has spoken, He will fulfill. May your nights be filled with divine dreams, and your mornings with fresh vision. May old pain lose its power. May new doors open with divine ease. And may you always remember, you are not ordinary. You are chosen. You are appointed. You are marked by heaven for something too big for fear to destroy and too sacred for the enemy to touch. So go now in the strength of the Lord. Carry this word with you, not as just another piece of content, but as a living declaration over your life. Walk boldly, think higher, pray deeper, speak louder, love harder, and live every moment with the full awareness that your story is not over. It's just now beginning to reveal the glory written within it. Thank you, beloved. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for being here, for receiving this word, for standing with us, for believing that God is still moving and still speaking. We are so honored to serve you. We are grateful for every comment, every like, every share, and every prayer. And if God moves your heart to give, we receive it with gratitude and humility. But if all you can give is your attention, your time, and your openness, you've already given us more than enough. Until next time, walk in power, walk in truth, walk as the chosen one you truly are. You are loved, you are called, and your future, believe this with every fiber of your being, is going to be even greater than you imagined. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Welcome, chosen ones. You've already won. You just haven't caught up to it yet. Stop for a second and think about that. What if all the pressure, all the setbacks, all the uphill climbs weren't actually obstacles, but confirmations? What if the struggle wasn't meant to test if you were worthy, but to remind you that you always were? What if you weren't fighting to achieve something new, but to remember something ancient, that the victory you've been chasing is already yours? Here's a truth most never realize. The human brain processes over 11 million bits of information per second, yet our conscious minds only register about 50. That means there are blessings in motion right now, doors unlocking, alignments forming, breakthroughs breathing your name that you don't even consciously see yet. And because you don't see it, you question it. You wonder if you're behind, if you missed your chance, if maybe you're not chosen after all. But chosen one, that couldn't be further from the truth. You were never behind. You've been ahead the entire time. The problem is, we've been conditioned to believe that winning has to look like hustle. That breakthrough has to come with blood, sweat, and suffering. We were taught that unless we're exhausted, we haven't earned it. But what if I told you the hardest part is already over? That the pain, the silence, the rejection, all of it was never proof that you were losing, but signs that you were being aligned with a promise that couldn't be stopped. What if the very things you thought disqualified you were actually the receipts that proved you made it? By the time you finish this message, you'll understand why the win has already been sealed. You'll begin to see that the journey wasn't about chasing something far away. It was about waking up to what was already within you. And when that shift happens, you'll stop striving and start stepping into everything that was ordained for you before the foundation of the world. Before we dive in, I want to pause and say this from the depths of my heart. Thank you to every single soul who has supported this message, whether through encouragement, sharing, or giving through super thanks. Thank you. Your energy fuels something far greater than algorithms or platforms. And whether you've donated or not, whether you've given $1 or none at all, I want you to know this. I'm grateful for you. Your presence here matters more than you realize. And if something in your spirit is stirring, if this message already feels like it's reading your soul, then do one thing for yourself. Comment 999 below, not just as a number, but as a declaration. Because 999 symbolizes completion, the end of the cycle, the closing of the old chapter, the release of everything that no longer serves you. When you type that number, you're not just engaging, you're activating. You're telling the universe, the heavens, and yourself, I'm ready. And now, chosen one, the only thing left for you to do is walk like it's already yours, because it is. God's chosen ones, whatever you did, it worked. You won. It's already yours. Number 1, you defied the script of mediocrity, and that was the turning point. Most people live their entire lives locked inside a story they never chose to write. They follow routines scripted by society, traditions, and expectations, without ever stopping to ask, who authored this life I'm living? Have you ever looked around and wondered why everyone seems so content with a life that never questions, never risks, and never dreams beyond what's familiar? For the majority, waking up, working, paying bills, and surviving until death has become the accepted rhythm. But you, God's chosen one, you heard something deeper. You felt a quiet but persistent tug in your spirit that whispered, there must be more than this. And because you listened, you shattered the script. You tore apart the invisible rulebook that told you what was safe, normal, and acceptable. You dared to ask questions others avoided. What if I don't want to be just another cog in the machine? What if success isn't defined by the job title, the mortgage, or the approval of others? That very moment, when you questioned the illusion, that was the victory heaven had been waiting for. It wasn't when you got the promotion. It wasn't when you bought the house or achieved a visible milestone. No, the victory came the moment you decided you would no longer live on autopilot. Romans 12:2 says, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. The moment you refused to conform, you aligned yourself with divine transformation. You weren't just rejecting mediocrity, you were answering the divine call placed inside your soul before you were born. Can you see now why you've always felt out of sync with the world? Why conversations seemed shallow, jobs felt empty, and social norms never sat right with your spirit? It's because you weren't made to blend in. You were designed to carry light in a dark world. Isaiah 61 declares, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. That glow, the one that makes you different, is not a flaw, it's your confirmation. Look at Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, surrounded by a system that told her she had no worth and no voice. She still heard God's whisper telling her she was meant for more. She escaped and didn't stop there. She returned again and again to free others, defying the script written by society and rewriting it with the hand of divine courage. Like you, she didn't wait for permission to change reality. She acted because something higher had already confirmed her purpose. What you faced after that inner awakening wasn't punishment, it was resistance. And the resistance was proof you were doing something right. It wasn't a coincidence that life became harder when you started thinking differently. The pushback wasn't random. The relationships that ended, the jobs that no longer fit, the sense of being misunderstood, that wasn't rejection, it was redirection. The discomfort was heaven's way of burning the bridges that were never meant to carry you into your true calling. John 15:19 says, "If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world. That is why the world hates you." The world fights back when something divine walks among it. When you rise above mediocrity, the systems built on conformity tremble. And that trembling is not a sign to shrink back, it's proof you're shaking the right ground. Do you remember Bruce Lee? Not just a martial artist, but a philosopher who dared to teach that adapt what is useful, reject what is useless, and add what is specifically your own. He didn't accept the roles Hollywood offered to Asian actors. He created new standards because the ones given to him were too small for his God-given capacity. In the same way, chosen one, you didn't rebel to be difficult. You rebelled because the labels they gave you didn't fit the destiny God whispered over you. The truth is, this was never about proving yourself to anyone, not your family, not your employer, not even your doubters. The true battle was always about whether you'd accept the life handed to you or rise and claim the life heaven wrote for you. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." Those plans could never fit inside the narrow script the world offered you. Have you ever wondered why your journey felt so heavy while others seemed to glide through life? Why your road required more breaking, more fire, more solitude? It's because what you carry is rare. What you're called to build cannot be rushed, and what you're chosen to reveal requires a foundation the world could never understand. You're not just different, you're divine. You were never meant to just survive. You were chosen to shift the atmosphere. Take the story of Viola Davis. Born into poverty, abused and surrounded by pain, she could have accepted the script she was given. But something in her refused. She went on to become the first black actress to achieve the triple crown of acting: Emmy, Oscar, and Tony. She didn't do it by playing the world's game. She did it by playing her own and refusing to live a life that didn't reflect her worth. That's the same power resting inside you, waiting to be fully unleashed. 1 Peter 2:9 affirms, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession." This is why the system could never own you, why the workplace couldn't define you, why societal norms couldn't silence you, because you were never meant to fit in. You were made to stand apart. Even now, you may not see the full picture. The victory you've stepped into might still feel distant, incomplete, but the chains that held you, mental, emotional, generational, have already snapped. And that means everything from this moment forward is just catching up to the truth of who you already are. Whether the world acknowledges it or not, whether you've seen the reward or not, you've already won. Not by their metrics, not by their approval, but by divine appointment. Think of Stan Lee. Rejected by publishers, doubted even by friends, he created an entire universe of heroes because he believed the world needed something more. His imagination birthed characters like Spider-Man and the X-Men, misfits, outcasts, warriors with unique gifts who never truly fit in. Sound familiar? You're not just part of the story. You're the prototype for a new narrative. So now, chosen one, ask yourself, If you've already broken free from the lie, what will you build in the truth? If the hardest part is behind you, what will you do with the ease that's coming? Will you claim the fullness of your inheritance? Or will you wait for someone to validate what heaven has already approved? This is your new reality. You're no longer reacting to the world. You're creating it. You've stepped out of their system and into God's design. And from this moment on, you're not just winning. You've already won. The script is in your hands now, and this time you're writing it with fire. Number 2. The ones who opposed you were your biggest confession. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why certain people seem so fixated on you? Why their reactions to your growth, your light, your mere presence feel disproportionate, sometimes even hostile? The truth is unsettling but also freeing. The opposition you faced wasn't random. It wasn't bad luck. It was the loudest, clearest confession of your difference, your divine distinction. People don't try to dim a light unless it's shining too brightly for their comfort. If you had blended in, if you had been average, no one would have flinched. But the moment they saw something uncommon in you, something they couldn't name, control, or imitate, they reacted. Not because you did anything wrong, but because your very existence disrupted their illusion. Galatians 4:16 says, "Have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth?" You didn't even need to speak to convict them. Your presence alone forced them to confront their own compromises. What were they really fighting? Not your words, not your actions. They were wrestling with the silent testimony your life carried. You reminded them of what they gave up on, of the dreams they buried, of the freedom they never pursued. And instead of being inspired, they chose jealousy. Instead of cheering you on, they attempted to tear you down. But you, chosen one, must understand that resistance was their confession. The betrayal, the gossip, the silent envy, all of it was proof that they saw your difference long before you fully embraced it. Consider the story of Florence Nightingale. Born into a wealthy British family, she was expected to marry well and live a life of luxury, but she felt a divine calling to serve, something unheard of for women of her status in the 1800s. She faced ridicule, opposition, and even rejection from her own family. Yet through her unwavering resolve, she became the founder of modern nursing. Her opposition wasn't a barrier, it was a mirror reflecting how deeply her calling threatened the norm. And isn't that what's happened to you? The more you grew, the more the attacks intensified. Some came subtly, disguised as concern. Others came with blunt force, betrayal, sabotage, attempts to discredit you. But do you remember what Psalm 23 verse 5 declares? "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." Their opposition didn't stop the table, it confirmed it. Every jab, every doubt, every whisper behind your back only confirmed that your table had already been set. But here's the trap most fall into: believing they need to defend themselves, to respond, to prove their worth, to make others see the truth. But chosen one, hear this clearly: your calling doesn't require consensus. Your anointing was never up for a vote. The real battle was never about fighting them. It was about refusing to let their insecurity shape your identity. Proverbs 26:4 warns us, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him." You were never meant to lower yourself into the mud. You were meant to rise silently, confidently, while others waste time building traps beneath you. Think of Chadwick Boseman. While silently battling cancer, he portrayed some of the most powerful characters in cinema: Black Panther, Thurgood Marshall, and more. Critics questioned his weight loss, mocked his appearance, and made assumptions. But he said nothing. He let his work speak. He let his legacy unfold. And in the end, those same voices who once whispered became silent in awe. That's your story too. You didn't owe anyone an explanation. Your existence was already the answer. Some of those who opposed you were simply afraid of what your courage exposed in them. Others secretly admired you, but lacked the humility to say it. And the most dangerous ones, they sat beside you, pretending to support you while praying for your downfall. But here's the truth that sets you free. They never had power over your outcome. Their plots couldn't stop your progress. Their words couldn't cancel your destiny. And their presence couldn't delay your promise. Romans 8:31 says, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You were never alone in the battle. Heaven was watching, and every arrow thrown your way only sharpened the weapon God was forming inside you. You've already won, chosen one, not because they backed down, but because you rose anyway. Their opposition wasn't a wall, it was a stepping stone. And now that you see it clearly, you'll never doubt your value again. You were never their enemy, but your greatness made you look like a threat. And now that the smoke has cleared, the truth remains. The moment they made you their problem, you had already become the solution. Number 3, you became the lesson, instead of just learning one. Most people spend their lives chasing lessons through books, mentors, experiences, and heartbreak. They absorb information, accumulate quotes, and attend conferences, hoping something will finally click. But you, chosen one, you didn't just learn the lesson, you became it. Isn't that the highest form of transformation? Have you ever stopped to realize that people now look at your life and find wisdom, not in what you say, but in what you survived? You are walking proof that pain can become purpose, that ashes can give way to beauty. Isaiah 61:3 promises that God will give a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Your journey was never just for you. It was for everyone who would watch you and remember what is possible. People talk about resilience. They define it, analyze it, preach about it. But when storms hit, many collapse. You didn't. You stood when standing made no sense. You held your ground when it would have been easier to surrender. And because of that, you are no longer just a student of growth. You're its embodiment. Your presence alone is a classroom. Your steps are a curriculum. And your scars are footnotes of God's faithfulness. Think of Viktor Frankl, the Austrian neurologist and psychiatrist who survived the Holocaust. While imprisoned in concentration camps, he observed the power of human purpose, resilience, and the will to survive. He later authored Man's Search for Meaning, a book that didn't just share insight, it revealed his own transformation. He wasn't just teaching ideas, he was the idea. Just like you, chosen one. That's why some people watch you in silence. Some are inspired, some are intimidated, because they know, consciously or not, that you carry answers they can't find in any textbook. Your ability to forgive, to rise again, to speak with conviction, to smile after the fire, all of that is a sermon in motion. James 1:12 reminds us, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised." You have endured, and it shows, not in boastful ways, but in your presence, your peace, your unshakable essence. Many people search endlessly for clarity, for identity, for truth, but you became it. You became what they're still searching for. You became the evidence that healing is real, that change is possible, that God is near. That's why your silence speaks. That's why your walk carries weight. And that's why you no longer need to explain yourself to anyone. You once read about transformation. Now you are the transformation. You used to study strength. Now you embody it. You admired light in others. Now you are the light walking into every room. Look at Bethany Hamilton, At 13, she lost her arm in a shark attack. Most would have quit surfing. She didn't. She returned to competition and went on to become a professional surfer, author, and speaker. Her faith and refusal to give up made her a global inspiration. People didn't just listen to her story, they learned from her life. Like you, she became a living parable. She didn't just survive, she shined. Philippians 1:6 declares, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion." You are that good work. You are the living continuation of divine grace. And while others are still flipping pages, searching for breakthrough, you are the breakthrough. No degree, no quote, no sermon could ever replace what your life teaches, simply by being lived authentically. So now, chosen one, here's the question. Will you continue apologizing for the wisdom your scars gave you? Or will you own the truth that you are no longer learning the way? You are the way for someone else. You already won, not because you memorized the answers, but because your life became the answer, and no one can take that away. Number 4, you realized that fear wasn't yours to carry. Chosen. 1. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, whose fear are you really carrying? Was it ever yours to begin with? Or were you born into a world already gripped by generational anxiety, social conditioning, and cultural limitation? The fear that told you not to dream too big. The fear that whispered, stay small, it's safer. It didn't come from your spirit. It was inherited. Like an old coat passed down through generations, fear was draped over your shoulders before you even knew how to walk. You were surrounded by people who had already surrendered to it. Parents who meant well, teachers who followed rules, mentors who confused obedience with wisdom. But just because they wore fear proudly doesn't mean you had to. 2 Timothy 1:7 declares, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind." That fear you felt, it was never heaven sent. It was the world's attempt to tame you before you discovered your wild divine nature. Most people live and die under fear's illusion, terrified of failure, rejection, being seen, or not being seen enough. And the saddest part, many of them never even stop to ask, where did this fear come from? But you, chosen one, you did. You looked fear in the face and asked, is this mine? And that question shattered everything, because fear cannot survive where truth is being spoken. Have you noticed how fear only works when it's unchallenged? When it goes unquestioned, it grows. But once you started tracing its origin, once you noticed that it was taught, modeled, and imposed, you saw the lie. And once you see the lie, it can no longer hold you hostage. Isaiah 41:10 says, "Fear not, for I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you." That's not just a promise, it's a command. God didn't suggest you ignore fear. He commanded you to break up with it. Look at Frida Kahlo, bedridden from a horrific accident, physically broken, emotionally bruised. But she painted. Through the pain she created. Through the fear, she expressed raw, unfiltered truth. She didn't borrow fear from her body's limitations. She handed it back and made art from agony. In the same way, your wounds didn't become walls. They became windows through which your light now shines. Most people build their lives around what they're afraid of, but you began to build your life around what you were born for. And in doing that, you stepped into the rarest freedom, the kind where decisions are no longer dictated by anxiety, but by calling. While others still ask, what could go wrong? You now ask, what could go right? That shift, that internal reversal, is evidence that you've already won. Have you ever wondered why, even when the path was unclear, something in you kept moving forward? It's because faith had already taken the driver's seat, and where faith leads, fear cannot follow. Psalm 27:1 says, The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The answer is no one. Nothing, not failure, not criticism, not the unknown. Take the story of Malcolm X. Once a lost soul, imprisoned, indoctrinated by a world that wanted him silent and small. But in confinement, he found truth. He shed the inherited fears of his past and walked boldly into purpose. He didn't play safe, he played divine, and his voice still echoes through history. You, chosen one, carry that same revolutionary fire. You too were never meant to play by fear's rules. You might still feel moments of hesitation. That's human. But hesitation isn't the same as bondage. What once paralyzed you now only passes through you. You feel fear, but you no longer obey it. And that, beloved, is power. When fear no longer dictates your movement, nothing can stop you. Not their opinions, not their projections, not even your past. Joshua 1:9 reminds you, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. This is the root of your boldness. You're not just brave, you're backed. You're not just fearless, you're fortified. And the world senses it. They still make decisions from a place of fear, but you build from freedom. They hope to avoid failure, but you walk straight into faith. And that's why you're unstoppable, because the enemy's favorite weapon, fear, no longer works on you. And when that weapon fails, all the strongholds crumble. You've already won, chosen one, because you no longer wear what was never yours to carry. You gave fear back, and now you walk in something far greater, truth. Number 5. You stopped being the beggar and became the source. Do you remember that version of yourself who thought you needed permission to shine? Who waited for someone, anyone, to validate your greatness? You weren't weak. You were simply taught to beg for what you were already born with. But something shifted. Something inside you snapped one day and you realized, I am not a beggar. I am the source. Chosen one. The world trains us to chase affirmation. From childhood, we're taught to seek gold stars, applause, likes, promotions, thinking that approval equals worth. But that's not heaven's math. Luke 17:21 says, the kingdom of God is within you. You were never meant to search outwardly for what God already embedded in your spirit. At one point, you tried everything to earn your value. You worked harder than others. You overextended, overexplained, and overgave, hoping someone would finally say, you're enough. But every time they withheld validation, you felt a little more invisible. What you didn't realize at first is that the world doesn't grant power. It only recognizes those who've already claimed it within. And when you finally got tired of waiting, something magnificent happened. You remembered who you are. You stopped looking for mirrors and became the reflection. You stopped waiting to be chosen and remembered you were chosen before time began. Ephesians 1:4 reminds us, He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world. This isn't new. This is ancient. Your power was never meant to be activated by the applause of others. It was always there, waiting for your agreement. Think of Nikola Tesla, a genius who never got the recognition he deserved in his lifetime. He wasn't chasing fame, he was serving vision. He tapped into knowledge no one understood, and while others mocked or dismissed him, he kept creating. Today, the world runs on the technologies his mind foresaw. Like you, he wasn't waiting for acceptance, he was the revelation. There was a time when walking into a room made you shrink, when silence felt like rejection, not reverence. But now, you enter with wholeness. You don't need to speak to be heard. Your energy, your presence, it says enough. You don't beg for love anymore. You are love. You don't wait to be seen. You see yourself. Can you feel the shift? Can you feel the throne beneath your feet that you once thought was just a chair someone else was sitting in? That's yours. It always was. You just had to stop begging at tables where you were meant to rule. Psalm 34:10 says, "Those who seek the Lord lack no good thing." You don't lack. You never did. And the world is beginning to see it. The ones who once overlooked you, they double take now. The ones who once dismissed you, they wish they had paid closer attention. But the beautiful irony, you no longer need them to, because you are no longer performing. You are being, and being is enough. Take the journey of Taraji P. Henson. For years, Hollywood typecast her. She was overlooked, undervalued, told she was too much. But she kept showing up. She stopped asking for permission and created her own space. Now, she's one of the most respected actresses of her generation, producing her own work, opening doors for others. She didn't wait for the world to offer her a seat. She built her own kingdom. That's what you've done too. You stopped chasing. You started creating. You stopped asking for access. You realized you are the access. John 7:38 says, "Whoever believes in me, rivers of living water will flow from within them." That's you. You are the river now. You are the source others draw from. So here's the final question. Chosen one, now that you've stopped being the beggar, what will you build as the source? Now that you no longer need the world's yes, how loudly will you say yes to yourself? You've already won. Not because they see you now, but because you see yourself, and no one can take that away. Number 6. You were tested, and you didn't fold. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why the weight of life pressed down so heavily on you? Why the trials came back to back with no warning, no mercy, and no pause? It's because you were never meant for average battles. You were marked for something higher, and heaven doesn't entrust greatness to those who haven't been thoroughly tested. Life didn't ask you if you were ready. It simply came. It hit you with betrayal, with loss, with disappointment so deep it hollowed you out. And yet, here you are. You didn't collapse. You didn't run. You didn't beg the storm to pass. You stood in the fire, trembling perhaps, but never backing down. That wasn't weakness. That was proof of a strength deeper than muscle or mind. James 1:3 says, "The testing of your faith produces perseverance." And chosen one, your perseverance has become your signature. Most people can hold their faith when the sun is shining. But what about when the sky falls? What about when everything they thought was secure turns to dust? That's where you were different. When others folded, you adapted. When others quit, you whispered to yourself, "I'm not done yet." That wasn't just endurance, it was divine resilience. Have you realized that yet? That each time you kept going, even when you didn't feel strong, you were winning a war others couldn't even see. You were tested not once, but over and over, until your roots ran so deep that no storm could uproot you. Think of Nelson Mandela. After 27 years in prison, he emerged not bitter, but transformed. The system tried to break him, but it refined him instead. He wasn't just tested, he was proven. Just like you, chosen one. The test didn't destroy you, it revealed you. And those scars you carry, they're not signs of failure. They're the sacred marks of someone who walked through hell with heaven still burning in their chest. Isaiah 43:2 reminds us, "When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned. The flames will not consume you." The fire was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to show the world what you're made of. Did you notice how the more pressure life applied, the more focused you became? That wasn't accidental. You weren't just surviving, you were sharpening. Every heartbreak, every rejection, every delay was preparing you to carry more. More wisdom, more authority, more responsibility. Because God doesn't give crowns to those who can't carry crosses. And you, chosen one, have carried yours with unwavering resolve. Think of Beth Mead, the English footballer, injured, doubted, dismissed. But she didn't give up. She trained harder, healed deeper, and returned stronger. In 2022, she became UEFA Women's Player of the Year. Her injuries were not her end, they were her proving ground. You too had injuries, emotional, spiritual, relational. But you never let them define you, you let them refine you. Many people never make it through what you did, not because they're weak, but because they were never prepared. But you were. From birth, you were set apart. That's why the tests felt so personal. That's why the wait seemed so unfair. But what if the unfairness was the very sign that you were anointed to handle what others could not? 1 Peter 5:10 declares, "After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast." That's your promise. You weren't just surviving tests. You were building spiritual muscle. You weren't just enduring pain. You were becoming unshakable. And now, look around. The things that used to destabilize you can no longer move you. The lies that once made you doubt yourself no longer hold power. Why? Because you passed. Not because it was easy. Not because you never cried, but because you refused to quit. You kept showing up. You kept walking. And now, the very pressure that tried to break you has bowed in recognition of your strength. Chosen one, the enemy threw everything at you. Life tried to knock you down. But heaven was watching, and now your record is written. You didn't fold, you rose. And because of that, what's yours is already sealed. Number 7. You didn't just heal, you outgrew the wound. Chosen one, healing is what many pray for. They want the pain to stop, the tears to dry, the ache to fade, and that is noble. But you went beyond that. You didn't just patch up the broken places. You evolved into someone who could no longer be hurt in the same way. You didn't return to who you were. You became someone new. Have you asked yourself, what would it take not just to recover, but to outgrow the very identity that pain tried to stamp on you? Most people want to be who they were before the betrayal, before the trauma, before the loss. But you understood something they didn't. That version of you wasn't equipped for the next chapter. So you let it die. And from the ashes, something greater was born. 2 Corinthians 5:17 says, "If anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." You are not a patched-up version of your past. You are a whole new blueprint. The people who once had power over you, they can't even find the version of you they used to control. That version doesn't exist anymore. Look at Demi Lovato, once broken, addicted, caught in the cycle of performance and self-doubt. But through the pain, they didn't just heal. They became an advocate, a voice, a force. The industry tried to define them, but they redefined themselves. You did the same. You stopped letting the pain shape you. You reshaped your life instead. That's why old triggers no longer sting, why old patterns no longer trap you, why familiar faces can no longer guilt you. Because healing wasn't your end goal. Transcendence was. You weren't seeking closure. You were building a new beginning. Most people go in circles, thinking time will do the healing. But you took your healing into your own hands, and you rewrote your story. Philippians 3:13-14 says, "Forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize." You didn't just survive your past. You left it behind. You took the lessons, released the pain, and outgrew the version of yourself that once clung to broken things. Think of Simone Biles. She stepped away from Olympic competition, not out of weakness but wisdom. She knew that peace was more powerful than proving something, and in doing that, she evolved, not just as an athlete, but as a leader. Your journey mirrors that same truth. Sometimes healing means stepping back, honoring your spirit, and emerging even stronger. Have you noticed how people now respond to you differently? It's because your energy has shifted. You don't react from wounds, you respond from wisdom. You don't move in defense, you move in clarity. That's what makes you untouchable. You didn't become bitter, you became better. Romans 8:37 says, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." More than conquerors, not just victorious over pain, but elevated by it. You became someone new, someone who sees through illusions, someone who blesses the past but doesn't live in it, someone who commands peace wherever they go. The cycle is broken, chosen one. The emotional loops, the toxic patterns, the replaying of old stories, it's done. You don't flinch where you used to panic. You don't shrink where you used to disappear. You stand, tall, whole, free. So here's the question. What will you create now that you're no longer living in reaction to pain? What will you build from this new place of wholeness? You've already won, not because the wound didn't hurt, but because you made sure it never had the final word. You didn't just heal, you evolved. And from this point forward, there is no going back. Number 8. You became the silent answer to their loud doubts. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how loud doubt tends to be? It never whispers, it mocks, it scoffs. It wraps itself in sarcasm, in judgment, in those sideways glances and forced laughs. It disguises itself in concern and unsolicited advice from people who, deep down, never had the courage to step into their own greatness. And when you dared to dream differently, when you stepped beyond the limits they accepted for themselves, they made sure you heard their doubts, loud and clear. They questioned your path. They underestimated your vision. They projected their own limitations onto your potential and assumed you would fail because they had. But you, chosen one, did something most never have the strength to do. You didn't argue. You didn't explain. You didn't retaliate. Proverbs 26:4 teaches, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him." And you took that wisdom to heart. You refused to let their noise distract you from your assignment. Instead of using words, you used your walk. While they were watching, criticizing, waiting, you were building, you were becoming, you were transforming in silence. And now you are the answer. You are the living proof that every loud doubt was wrong, that every person who said you wouldn't now has to live with the reality that you did. That's a level of power they never anticipated because they expected you to fall apart trying to prove them wrong. But you never needed to. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust is your strength." And in that quiet, you found your rhythm, you found your power, you became undeniable. Think about Tyler Perry. He was once laughed at, living out of his car, with his dreams dismissed by everyone around him. But he kept writing, kept showing up, and now he owns one of the largest film studios in the world. He didn't clap back, he built forward, just like you. You knew that silence was never weakness, it was strategy. And chosen one, your silence screamed louder than their accusations ever could. Can you feel it now? How your results do the talking, how your presence enters rooms that once felt closed to you. You didn't force doors open, you became the key. That's why the same people who laughed before are watching you now. Quietly, curiously, some even regretfully, because they know they misjudged you. But the beauty is, you don't even need their validation. You never did. You didn't just silence their doubt. You transcended it. You became the version of yourself that doesn't flinch in the face of disbelief. You don't need to be seen. You are seen, not because you demanded attention, but because you walked in such alignment with purpose that visibility became inevitable. Matthew 5:16 encourages, "Let your light so shine before others that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." That's what's happening now. Your light is shining and no one can dim it. Think of Amanda Gorman, a young black poet standing at the US Capitol, speaking words of healing and hope. Many dismissed her before they ever heard her. But when she spoke, the world listened. Why? Because she didn't shout. She showed up. That's the kind of victory you've stepped into. Not loud, not boastful, but undeniable. Some of the same people who doubted you now try to study you. They want to understand how you did it, how you stayed calm when mocked, how you kept moving when discouraged, but they'll never truly grasp it. Because what carried you wasn't ego, it was faith. 1 Corinthians 1:27 says, "God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise." Your journey was never about proving them wrong. It was about proving heaven right. And now, chosen one, the question is no longer, will they believe in me? It's, am I still willing to walk silently toward the next level without needing applause? Because the truth is, you already won. Not with revenge, not with explanation, but with elevation. And that's a kind of power most will never understand. Number 9, you realized that loss was the illusion, not the victory. Chosen one, how many times did you think something was taken from you, only to discover later that it was never truly yours to begin with? How many moments did you grieve over what left, only to realize it left to make room for what was meant to find you? Loss is one of the greatest illusions crafted by life. It feels final, devastating, even unjust. But in truth, you never really lost anything that was aligned with your destiny. Romans 8:28 declares, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." That includes the things that left, the people who walked away, the doors that slammed shut. It wasn't rejection, it was redirection. At one point, you thought the job, the relationship, the opportunity that slipped through your fingers was the pinnacle of what you were meant for, and when it disappeared, it hurt. But now, look how far you've come. Would that version of your past even know how to carry the weight of your current calling? You see, chosen one, the truth is simple. What's meant for you cannot miss you. What's aligned with your divine assignment cannot be stolen, and what walks away from you was never equipped to walk with you. John 10:28 reminds us, "No one can snatch them out of my hand." You've been held the whole time. Even when you felt empty, heaven was making space for fulfillment. Think of Misty Copeland, told she didn't have the right body for ballet, rejected again and again. But instead of shrinking, she rose. She became the first African-American female principal dancer at the American Ballet Theatre. Every no was a setup for the greater yes. That's your story too. The things that left weren't losses, they were filters clearing the path. How many times did you pray to keep something that wasn't worthy of your future? How often did you try to hold on to people who were only meant to teach you, not travel with you? At some point, you realized that holding on wasn't strength, it was delay. And in that moment, the illusion of loss shattered. Ecclesiastes 3:6 says, "A time to search and a time to give up, a time to keep and a time to throw away." And you chose release. You stopped reviving what was already dead. You stopped watering what no longer bore fruit. You didn't just accept the ending, you honored it. And then you evolved. You broke the cycle. You didn't just let go, you rose up. And because of that, you made room for more. The things that are coming into your life now, the peace, the clarity, the divine alignment, none of that would have fit in the space once occupied by what you used to call loss. Think about Keanu Reeves. He lost his child, his partner, his best friend, and yet, instead of collapsing, he became known for his humility, wisdom, and quiet strength. He lives as proof that even the deepest losses can become foundations for new life. You, chosen one, carry that same grace. You walk differently now, not weighed down by loss but lifted by truth. Hebrews 12:27 tells us, "The removing of what can be shaken, that is, created things, so that what cannot be shaken may remain." Everything that left your life was shakeable. What's left and what's coming is eternal. So here's the final question. Now that you've outgrown the illusion of loss, what are you ready to receive? What space have you made for the miracles that no longer have to compete with your grief? Because the truth is, you never truly lost anything. You were simply being positioned, and what's ahead, it's yours. Not by force, not by striving, but by divine right. You already won, and this time, nothing can take it from you. Number 10. You exposed the lies that kept others trapped. Chosen one, have you ever looked around and wondered why so many people live lives that don't belong to them? Why they chase careers they hate, relationships that drain them, and approval from systems that were never built for their liberation? It's not because they're weak, it's because they were handed a script before they could speak. A script filled with subtle lies. Stay in line. Don't question the rules. Success means money. Happiness means acceptance. And without ever knowing, most people follow that script to the grave. But you tore it apart. You read between the lines. You saw the cracks. You noticed how things didn't add up. And the moment you started asking why, you did something sacred. You woke up. Ephesians 5:14 says, "Wake up, sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you." That's what happened. You rose. And the light exposed every chain society tried to make invisible. You weren't born to be a pawn. You weren't placed on this earth to blindly obey a system that benefits from your silence. And the moment you questioned it, you became more than just awake. You became dangerous. Because the most dangerous person in the world is the one who can't be controlled. And what's more, the one who exposes the control itself. You became a mirror. And mirrors are confrontational. Think about Prince, a man who refused to conform to the rules of the music industry. When he realized his label was exploiting him, he changed his name to a symbol and wrote "slave" across his cheek. People mocked him at the time. But now he's seen as a revolutionary, someone who valued freedom over fame. You too chose truth over applause, and that decision shook the world around you. Can you feel now why some people distanced themselves? Why they labeled you rebellious, difficult, or unrealistic? It wasn't because you were wrong. It was because you revealed something they weren't ready to face. John 8:32 says, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." The problem is, freedom terrifies those who've learned to love their cages. You didn't have to argue. You didn't need to debate. Just by existing outside their matrix, you forced them to question it. Some admired your courage, others resented your clarity, but all of them were impacted. Because when you break free, you're not just escaping for yourself. You're lighting the path for others, and not everyone will thank you for it. Some will fight to defend their illusion, but even their resistance is proof that your light disrupted their shadows. Look at James Baldwin, a black gay man in 20th century America who refused to keep quiet. Through his writings and speeches, he revealed the social hypocrisies and structural racism people were too afraid to name. He paid a price, but he shifted the consciousness of a generation. Like you, chosen one, his voice wasn't always welcomed, but it was necessary. Have you ever felt like you were living in a world that didn't quite make sense to you, even as a child? That wasn't confusion. That was discernment. That was your spirit refusing to sleepwalk through a broken world. And that refusal made you a liberator. You might not have marched or shouted or protested, but by simply living your truth, you exposed the lies. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That transformation made you a threat to systems that rely on your silence. But here's the blessing. You can't be unseen anymore. You don't belong to their mold. You never did. Think of Jane Goodall, a woman who redefined the field of primatology, not by following rules, but by questioning everything. She went into the jungle where no one believed truth could be found, and she came back with insights that revolutionized science. Why? Because she didn't obey the experts. She followed the call, just like you. So now, chosen one, the question becomes, now that you've seen the illusion for what it is, what will you create in its place? The world is still running its old program, but you've already exited. You no longer chase what doesn't belong to you. You no longer serve lies dressed as wisdom. You are awake, and nothing is more dangerous than someone who sees clearly. That alone is victory. You don't need the system's approval when you've already outgrown its lies. You don't need permission when you carry revelation, and you don't need to fight when your freedom exposes everything. Number 11. You didn't just survive, you became untouchable. Survival is noble. It takes grit to endure, to hold on, to push through the worst storms. But chosen one, you didn't stop there. You didn't just crawl through the fire, you became fireproof. You didn't merely survive, you transformed into someone so whole, so grounded, so deeply rooted in truth that nothing outside of you could shake what's been built inside of you. Do you remember the time when you thought just making it out alive was the goal? When you prayed just to get through the day without breaking down? That version of you was strong, but now you're unshakable, unbothered, untouchable. Psalm 112:7 says, "They will have no fear of bad news. Their hearts are steadfast, trusting in the Lord." That's you. You stopped reacting. You stopped panicking. You started ruling from within. Most people think victory is about escape, but you realized victory is about transformation, because if the storm still has the power to move you, you're not free yet. And so, you dug deeper. You built a foundation beneath the surface, one that betrayal couldn't touch, that disappointment couldn't crack, that loss couldn't collapse. Look at Serena Williams. For decades she was doubted, criticized, judged more harshly than her peers. But she didn't just survive the scrutiny, she redefined the entire game. She became so excellent, so dominant, so focused that the critics became irrelevant. Like you, she stopped playing to prove herself and started playing to express herself. That's why the battles don't feel the same now. You don't waste time correcting rumors. You don't chase after people who don't see you. You don't spiral when life doesn't go as planned. You've outgrown all of that. And in that maturity, you've entered mastery. Philippians 4:7 says, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds." That peace isn't fragile, it's fierce. It's the kind of peace that looks like still waters on the surface, but holds oceans of power underneath. That's the peace you carry now. You became someone no circumstance could define, no loss could shape, no betrayal could redirect, because your identity no longer lives in what's happening around you. It's rooted in who you've become. You've reached the place where your peace is no longer negotiable, where your joy doesn't require external validation, where your worth is untouched by opinion. Think about Rick Rubin, a music producer who defies every industry standard. He walks barefoot, meditates during sessions, rejects pressure, and yet he's created some of the greatest albums of all time, not because he conformed, but because he became untouchable to the chaos around him. You are walking in that same authority now. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." It doesn't say weapons won't form, it says they won't work, and you've lived that. The attacks came, the storms raged, but none of it stuck. Because you weren't built on shallow ground, you were built on revelation, and revelation is eternal. So, chosen one, what will you build from this untouchable place? What vision will you manifest now that you no longer seek revenge or approval or permission? You are walking with divine clarity, calm strength, and heavenly protection. You didn't just survive, you evolved, you transcended, and now you reign from within. No one can pull you back to who you used to be, because that version of you no longer exists. Number 12, you were the storm they couldn't predict. Chosen one, people crave predictability. They crave order, control, categories they can understand. To them, safety lives in knowing what to expect, who fits where, and why things stay as they are. That's why the world teaches people to stay in their lane, to play the part assigned to them. When you were born, they wrote a silent script for your life. They assumed your path would be easy to map out. Stay quiet, don't question, don't rise too far, don't dream too big. But you broke the forecast. You weren't just a change. They expected that. You were a storm they couldn't prepare for. They underestimated you because they never took the time to understand you. They judged your exterior while you were building in secret. And while they laughed, mocked, and doubted, something unstoppable was growing inside you. Job 36:32 says, "He fills his hands with lightning and commands it to strike its mark." You were that lightning. While others moved by habit, you moved by heaven's charge. Have you ever wondered why they couldn't read you? Why their expectations fell short again and again? It's because you were never operating from their system. While they played checkers, you were building universes in silence. You were never designed to fit their mold. You were designed to melt it down and reshape the landscape entirely. Think of Shonda Rhimes. For years, television networks underestimated her until she created Grey's Anatomy, Scandal, How to Get Away with Murder, and built an empire on her own terms. She didn't just defy expectations, she became the industry's new standard. Just like you, she became a storm no one saw coming. The truth is, you weren't trying to rebel. You were answering a call they never heard. You were rising on a frequency they couldn't tune into. That's why they misunderstood your silence, your distance, your unorthodox choices. You weren't playing hard to read. You were too deep for shallow minds. 1 Corinthians 2:15 says, "The spiritual person judges all things, but is himself to be judged by no one." They couldn't grasp your essence, so they dismissed it, until they couldn't. Now, you stand beyond their reach. You've outgrown their predictions, surpassed their projections, and rewritten the entire script. And what terrifies them most isn't just that you succeeded, it's that you did it in ways they never imagined possible. They can't replicate you, they can't track your patterns. You became a force, a storm that cannot be harnessed. Look at Zendaya, child actress turned global icon. Not by fitting in, but by shifting the standard of what it means to be multidimensional, disciplined, and unapologetically herself. While others were being shaped by the industry, she became the shape. That's your energy now. You aren't reacting to the world, you're redefining it. So ask yourself, chosen one, what happens now that no one can contain you? What happens when the storm becomes the sky itself? Proverbs 4:18 declares, The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. That's your path. Ever expanding, ever rising, impossible to predict, impossible to block. They thought they had you figured out, but now they stand in awe of a force they never saw coming. You are the forecast they can't prepare for, and from now on, you write the weather. Number 13. You made peace with what destroyed others. Chosen one. Pain changes people. It either poisons or purifies. It either makes people bitter or better. And sadly for most, it becomes a weight they never learn to set down. They carry heartbreak like a curse. They relive betrayal like it's their identity. They wear their wounds like armor, shielding themselves from love, truth, and purpose. But not you. You didn't just survive what happened to you. You transformed it. You faced the kind of pain that should have left you cold, angry, and closed off. And yet, here you are, wiser, softer, stronger, not in spite of what broke you, but because of it. Genesis 50:20 reminds us, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." The very thing meant to ruin you became the very fire that refined you. You made peace with pain, not by pretending it didn't happen, but by allowing it to teach you what surface-level comfort never could. You didn't numb it, you named it. You didn't run from it, you reached into it. And when you came back from that sacred inner war, you weren't just healed, you were whole. Look at Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor who turned his suffering into the foundation of logotherapy, a healing philosophy that has saved millions. He didn't just heal, he redeemed meaning out of madness, just like you. You looked into your trauma and pulled truth from the ashes. Have you ever realized that the reason people admire your calm isn't because they know your story, it's because they sense your power? You radiate peace not because life was easy, but because you wrestled with shadows until they became stepping stones. Psalm 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." That closeness became your confidence. That crushing birthed your crown. Now, when people try to provoke you, it doesn't work. When circumstances try to destabilize you, they fail, because you don't operate from wounds anymore, you operate from wisdom. Think of Michael J. Fox, diagnosed with Parkinson's disease at 29. Instead of hiding, he launched a foundation, raised millions for research, and inspired the world with humor and grit. His diagnosis didn't define him. His peace in the midst of it did. That's your story too. The thing that was supposed to destroy you became your platform for impact. You carry your past, but not as pain, as power, and that is what sets you apart. Others are still avoiding the memories that haunt them. You've turned yours into maps for others to follow. Isaiah 61:3 says, "To bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes." That's exactly what you've done. You took what burned you and built something holy from the smoke. Now you walk into rooms carrying peace like it's armor. Not because you were untouched by life, but because you've been transformed by every fire you survived. That's why you've already won. Not because pain didn't touch you, but because it couldn't stay. You didn't just get through it, you grew from it. And now you are unshaken, unbreakable, and undeniable. Number 14. You saw the end before they even knew it began. Chosen one. Most people walk through life waiting for proof before they believe, waiting for signs before they act, waiting for applause before they move. But you walked differently. You saw the end from the very beginning. You weren't moving from hope. You were moving from knowing, from alignment, from revelation. Have you ever wondered why nothing shook you, why delays didn't derail you and setbacks didn't rattle your core? It's because your faith wasn't built on sight, it was built on divine foresight. Hebrews 11:1 says, "Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. You saw what others missed. You carried the outcome in your spirit before it ever existed in the natural. That's not arrogance, that's spiritual precision. You didn't chase the dream, you embodied it. While others were debating if it was possible, you were already walking in it. And by the time they noticed, it was too late. You were 10 steps ahead, not because you rushed, but because you moved with certainty. Think of Chadwick Boseman. While fighting a terminal illness, he filmed multiple blockbuster movies and carried himself with grace, strength, and divine confidence. He knew something the world didn't. He moved like someone who understood the purpose was bigger than the pain. You've done the same. You moved like someone who already knew the outcome was sealed. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That awareness, that divine knowing, is why nothing caught you off guard. They didn't believe until they saw it. But you saw it, so they had no choice but to believe. You walked like victory was inevitable, and that walk rewrote your path. While others were waiting for instructions, you were writing the map. And that's why you don't just win. You define the game. Think of Ava DuVernay. She didn't pick up a camera until her 30s, no film school, no traditional path, but she saw the vision, and now she's one of the most powerful voices in Hollywood, creating spaces for others to rise. She didn't wait, she moved like it was already done. So here's the truth. Chosen one, you didn't just endure setbacks, you decoded them. You didn't just overcome delay, you used it. Every rejection became redirection, every doubt became confirmation. And now, you don't wait for doors to open, you walk through walls. 2 Corinthians 5:7 says, "For we walk by faith, not by sight." That's how you made it here. That's why your confidence is different. It's not rooted in the present, it's rooted in a promise. You knew how the story ends before they even knew it began. And now, the world is catching up to what you've always known. It was already yours. Chosen one, if you've made it this far, if you've walked through every part of this journey with an open heart and a listening spirit, then you already know this wasn't just another message. This was a divine reminder, a mirror, a confirmation that everything you've endured, everything you've overcome, everything you've become was never in vain. You didn't just watch a video, you witnessed your own reflection in it. You saw glimpses of your past, your strength, your pain, your rise, and you remembered you already won. So let me say this from the depths of my soul. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for allowing this message to meet you in your moment. Thank you for being willing to feel it, to receive it, to own it. Because when chosen ones like you awaken, the whole world shifts. And if this message hit deep, if something inside you stirred, cracked open, and came alive again, don't just keep it to yourself. Spread it. Hit that like button, drop a comment below, and share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. You never know who's silently waiting for a word like this to set them free. And if you feel led, if your heart is moved and you'd like to sow into this work, you can support the mission through the Super Thanks feature. Whether it's big, small, or symbolic, know this, even if you don't donate, I still thank God for you. Your presence here is already a gift. Your energy, your time, your engagement, it matters more than you know. If you're ready for more truth, the kind that doesn't sugarcoat, doesn't hold back, and doesn't apologize for being bold, then subscribe to this channel and turn on the notifications. Because this isn't just content, it's a movement. And trust me, you do not want to miss what's coming next. Your journey isn't over. In fact, it's just beginning. There are territories you haven't claimed yet, victories you haven't celebrated yet, miracles that have already been set in motion, just waiting for you to arrive. So lock in, stay connected, keep walking with your head high and your spirit full, and above all, never forget who you are. You are chosen, you are covered, you are anointed, and you are unstoppable. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you. May his favor surround you like a shield. And may your next chapter be full of miracles that no man can take credit for. Let's keep rising, let's keep shining, and let's keep winning together. God bless you, chosen one, always.